Hello, nerds. How are you doing today? Good, I hope. Dinish, welcome back. Thank you for becoming a sub, Dinish. I don't know if I thanked you for that yesterday or whenever you did. I saw it, though, when I opened up Twitch today. New member Danish, featuring you. You're no nerd. Everybody always there's always one person that gets either playfully or earnestly annoyed when I say "Hey nerds" when we start, and I do think that is a big part of why I always start with it. You know, you gotta feed the snake. $25 words is a very small amount. That's why it's a challenge. Least you can do is 50. Well, then I think you probably won't be able to participate in the challenge, friendo, which is fine. But if you're bold and brave and curious, you should give it a shot. If it makes you feel any better, as I was skimming the submissions before stream started, there's at least 3 people that completely missed the point of the prompt and wrote very incomplete sentences. I think. So, you know, you'll be in good company if you can't quite get it. Oh, hey. Wait, let's start up here. Stormheart Orb. When activated, it unleashes a massive thunderstorm, striking foes with lightning. That does not work at all like a magic item. It doesn't have an action economy. How do we activate it? Is it an action? Is it a bonus action? How many times a day can it be used? Does it deal damage? How much damage does it deal? Does it have some sort of saving throw or attack roll? What are they? So, keep in mind, that's why it's tricky, guys. It's not, no, don't feel bad, but that's why it's tricky. Because you can't just say what you it's not just about saying the vibe of the item. If it was just saying the vibe of the item, it would be easy. It's about actually making it work as an item. That's when it gets hard. There's no good place to eat. I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, it's not a magic item. It's the idea of a magic item that you shared, which is lovely. We love the idea of a magic item, but that's not the point. The point is to make a functional magic item that anybody in the world could read and implement in their game without any mechanical interpretation needed. Which is hard, but I believe in you. I believe in your ability to do this. Any idea how many that submitted actually followed the prompt? I think most did, and I think almost everyone tried to. There's a couple that I think it doesn't have to do with the word count. Some people I think just aren't great at writing full sentences or avoiding passive voice. So I think for the most part people tried. I don't think there's anybody that really didn't try. I think it's more like people took paths of more resistance than they needed to, and sometimes forgot important elements or forgot how sentences work. which is also, you know, it's the world we live in, right? We are still taking new submissions. Wait, I can be a little bit farther away, I guess. Wait a minute. We can't get that deep into it yet. Why can't we get that deep into it yet? I'll tell you why. Because we need to know who's here today. Chat. Who's here? Say hi. Everybody say hi. Sorry if you're on YouTube, you don't get to show up on the screen. But I see you on YouTube, I'll say hi to you anyway. What's up, Alexander? What's up? What's up, Fallen One? What's up, Giraffe? What's up, Quispy? What's up, Gwendolyn? What's up, Havoc? What's up, Mike? What's up, King Crusher? Flipcopter, we'll see you soon. Who else is here? Hanks, hi. Who else is here? Poom Awesome, you're not here? Dang it. I was really upset that Poom Awesome's not here. But you know who is here? Logumbra! Oh, what up, Loga Umbra? How you doing today, buddy? You living your best life? Okay, let's make you all reasonably appropriate sized again and move everything back to where it was. Okay, I can answer your questions now. What are you asking me? You hear from the short? Fuck yeah, welcome. Okay. Did anybody ask me any real questions? Let's see. On D&D Beyond, if I make a magic item, it will automatically add some text about proficiency at the end. Does that count? No, that does not count. We can just ignore that. How long do you think he can hold his breath and stay under chat? I don't need to breathe. I just pretend to. You're literally wearing shorts right now? I'm wearing long pants, but they're soft long pants and they're rolled up like shorts. Charges are hard to fit in 25 words. One of the things that you need to think about if you are trying to make a 25-word magic item, it's not just ooh, how do I make it short? It's what sort of mechanics do I do that are reasonable to get into 25 words? It is likely that your initial idea for a 25-word magic item, especially if you aren't particularly thinking about it in the context of a 25-word magic item, it is likely that your initial idea is a little too big for a 25-word magic item. Part of what you got to think about when you're making a 25-word magic item is not just, ooh, what would be cool and short, but what's a mechanic that I can express in very few words? And I should probably lean into one of those mechanics. That being said, I did see some people use charges. It's going to be, yeah, it's super fun. If you want to submit your idea during the stream, you can. I think we have 16 submissions right now. No, we have more. We just got some more in. We have 20-ish submissions. Very nice. 21 submissions. Literally, someone just sent one in. Awesome. We're almost certainly going to get through all of them because they're 25 words. Normally, I would say we don't get through all the homebrew. I think that unless we get down real tangent mode, we probably are going to get through all of it. Probably. No promises, but I think it's likely. So if you are trying to make some homebrew, here's the thing you got to think about for this particularly. Number one, can I make a cool idea in 25 words that fits into 25 words? That's number one. And number two, can I write it in a way where I'm using proper sentences and all of the mechanics needed so that it looks official? Can I make a magic item that doesn't need any implied information. All of the information needed is on the page. That's where it gets tricky. Can I look at your idea and give you some advice? Sure, what was your idea? I want to make a new character who's a druid high elf and was kicked out of his tribe because he was randomly turned into a wild animal. Because he will randomly turn into a wild animal lunch from Dragon Ball style. I don't know what a wild animal lunch from Dragon Ball is, so I have no idea. I think that a high elf druid that got kicked out of their grove is cool. I would say whatever quirk you want to give your character, you just got to make it so it's not going to be annoying for the other players to deal with. No, like lunch? You just clarified. When I asked about lunch, you said no, like lunch. He will randomly turn into a wild animal lunch from Dragon Ball style, is the sentence that you wrote. I have no idea what lunch from Dragon Ball is. I'm assuming it's a name of a character, or it's a meal that you eat between breakfast and dinner. No idea. It's launch? That doesn't make it any more clear what it is. So it's wild animal launch? I don't know what wild animal launch is either. So I still have no idea what it is. But it's a great idea. If I knew what it was, I'd still think it was a great idea. I don't know what it is, so I'm positive it's a great idea. They sneeze and turn into a different person. I'm just getting more confused. I feel like you are pulling a very deep lore thing that I have no idea what it is. So I'm just going to go ahead and tell you it's probably the best idea you've ever had. You should give up now. It's all downhill from here. Or it's the worst idea you've ever had, and you should take this as a moment of glory because it's all up from here. One of the two. It's definitely one of the two, and certainly nothing in between. I've never watched Dragon Ball. I have no idea what Dragon Ball lunch or launch is, and if your character sneezes and turns into animals, I think that's fine. But what I would say is, A, I'm not sure why that would get them kicked out of a druid grove, and B, you're going to be wasting a lot of uses of your wild shape for RP in that situation, which is fine. Just, you know, that's going to happen. You can't... A druid can't turn into an animal an infinite number of times. They can only do it 2 times between resting. So if you decide to do one for a joke when you sneeze, you get an A+ gold star for a role player, but you also are out of wild shape. Saying it's a character from Dragon Ball does not explain it. Nah, I thought it explained it pretty well. It explained perfectly clearly that I had no idea what it was, nor did I need to know what it was. But I'm not sure why a druid would get kicked out for turning into an animal. Because that's the thing that all druids do. It's not like a weird thing. Any druid that's been through at least one dungeon can turn into animals. Valentine, you're a champion. Don't worry about it. So, what are we doing tonight, guys? 25 word magic items. If you want to try to make one, there's basically 2 rules. Number 1, the body of the text has to be 25 words or less. So this does not include the title of the magic item, the rarity, the weapon type. It doesn't include any of that. It does include all the flavor text and all the mechanics. So that's rule number 1, 25 words or less. Rule number 2, you need to write in full sentences. It needs to be grammatically correct, and all of the mechanical language for it to be implemented in a game needs to be there. For example, if you want to create a magic item where it has a number of charges and you can use those charges to teleport, you would need to say something like, as an action, you can expend a charge to teleport 30 feet. Or something like that. Or as a bonus action. Or however you want to word it, you can word it. But you need everything in there so there's no, like... If you just say you spend a charge and teleport, that doesn't actually tell us how the item works. You know what I mean? So you want to clarify. And it's got to also be full sentences. K. Dickinson says, when thrown, this gem explodes, covering a 30-foot radius in fire. Deals 8d6 fire damage. Recharges after absorbing heat for 24 hours. Dickinson, Wonderful effort, but those last two sentences are both incorrect sentences. Deals 8d6 fire damage is not a complete sentence, and it is not grammatically correct. Recharges after absorbing heat for 24 hours is not a complete sentence, and it is grammatically incorrect. So, you're going in the right direction, but still, full complete sentences. You would need to say something like, it deals 8d6 fire damage. It recharges after absorbing heat for 24 hours. The other thing that you don't have here, which most magic items do have, is there needs to be some sort of mechanic for the players, right? Like, normally when somebody casts Fireball and it explodes, you make a saving throw against the spell save DC, a dexterity saving throw, to avoid taking the damage. Is there a saving throw involved here, or is it just automatic? So you need language either way for either of those. Yeah, that's why it's tricky, my guy. That's why this is a challenge. That's why it's not an easy challenge. That's why it's not a fun idea homebrew night. It's a homebrew challenge, which also means if you are grammatically incorrect in your submission, I can yell about it and point at it and move on. And you don't get to feel bad about it. You get to feel good about it. Let's see what Pasta says. When this gem is thrown, each creature in a 30-foot radius must succeed on a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or take 8d6 fire damage. Boom! That's what I'm talking about. That's why we do these challenges, because it makes you think about the way you're writing. You're not just thinking about ideas anymore. You're elevating your creative process. If all of you want to continue to be sewer drilling drudge suckers that I just have ideas and I don't refine anything, fine, great. Live amongst the muck and the refuse for the rest of your life. I'm proud of you no matter what you do. Your existence is the only thing you need to be a valid creature. So validation you have. But if you want to climb out of the muckety muck and you want to aspire to greatness and to glory and to true artistry, then it's not just about expressing the idea. It's about figuring out how to express the idea within these extreme limitations. It means playing with the words, crafting your sentences. The secret about the 25-word homebrew magic item challenge is that it's barely about designing a homebrew magic item. It is almost entirely about practicing your writing and your sentence structure and coming up with interesting ways to express ideas that you normally don't think about that much. So do that. Or don't do that. But, you know, that's the point. The dimensional fork turns into anything stabbed with it into a random item food. Again, lovely idea. There is no grammar in that sentence. There are very little mechanics expressed there. You left for 1 minute? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? We're talking about this homebrew challenge. And we're seeing if people are going to rise to the occasion or live amongst the muckety muck. And by the way, the muckety muck is great. When I'm saying you're living amongst the muckety muck, that's not bad. It just means you're chilling with like 99.9% of people, which is fine. That's where most people chill. Humanity is a very limited thing. So you don't need to feel bad if you feel like you can't do this challenge. When you throw this turd, it does 8d6 damage to everything in a 20-foot radius. I would probably use the word deals, not does. And then you would save a word. Also, again, there's no saving throw. Also, there's not a damage type. Also, that's just basically fireball, so why even make it? You know? The other weird part about making homebrew is if you make something that already exists, the question becomes, what's the point? Which is a larger existential question that you can ask yourself today, tomorrow, and the next day. The Enchanted Emerald allows you to haggle any item's price to half its original price once per day. Great idea, terrible sentence structure. Poor grammar. Fix it. I'm probably going to end up saying that a lot tonight. It's okay. You don't have to feel bad. Every time I yell bad grammar tonight, you should just Remind yourself that you are in a pit amongst many people, so you shouldn't feel bad about it, because it's going to come up a lot, I bet. Any news on the Bard and the Barbarian? Not yet. They're still in space. They're going to be in space until I find my joy for making skits about them again. I don't want to force it. I do really love them as characters, but I'm in a space of ready to do other things for a little bit. You can type them into the chat now, and I will very quickly tell you how they're bad. Not that they're bad ideas, but that they're poorly written, because most of them will be. But if you want to submit them on the wheel, which is going to be the way we're going to actually look at them, where we'll like talk about them a little bit beyond me just yelling bad grammar, then in the video description on YouTube, or type the word command wheel on Twitch. Either one. We're just sort of hanging out for a little bit, giving people time to submit to the wheel. And I'm sure there's people in the chat that are just like playing around with ideas and want to just type a paragraph, which is fine. You're more than welcome to do that too. I'm just gonna yell bad grammar sometimes. This pair of shoes glitters with magic. You can cast the Planes Shift spell, targeting only yourself. Once used, the shoes lose their magic properties. Yeah, I think that works pretty well. It's basically just a scroll of Plane Shift, but one person. But it's fine. That works. Resting on the laurels of a spell is definitely a way to cut down your word usage. I think the trick that you should figure out, and I also know that, I think it was Pasta, was it you? Somebody else did this in the Discord, in the member section of the Discord. If you are a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, you get access to the member section of the Discord, where I hang out a little bit more than in the main Discord. And I think it was you that was talking about it, but if you are making your magic item, that's a 25-word magic item, essentially function as a way to cast a spell, what I would encourage you to do is not just make it cast that spell, but give it some element that makes it feel a little bit different. And I think the Pasta, were you the one that made the monkey's paw? Because that is a perfect example of that. We'll look at it tonight, but that's a magic item that somebody made in the Discord. It literally just casts a spell, but it has one extra element that makes it feel completely different. Yeah, like yeah, the wish thing. Yeah, exactly. Gambler's Dice either deals 1d4 damage to yourself or 1d4 to your enemies, decided by a coin flip. Yeah, bad grammar, interesting idea. All right, I'm just gonna start yelling bad grammar, interesting idea more, I think. The Evercomb. Wearing this comb prevents the bearer's hair from, you would probably say wearer, right? From suffering the effects of any detrimental environment. This effect is always active. Most epic pants, you could make this so much shorter that you could probably even fit another mechanic in. If you said something like, you could have much better grammar here too. You could say, while wearing this comb, you ignore the negative effects. You ignore all negative environmental effects. I feel like that would be like half the words, and more properly written. And then you could maybe even fit another mechanic in there if you wanted to. Gifted subs. Yeah, we don't do a premium wheel on Homebrew Challenge nights. We just do the premium wheel on the big nights. Bell-adorned Jester's Cap. This cap jingles cheerfully, granting a +1 to performance rolls, but imposes disadvantage on stealth checks. There's weird, your sentence, because your grammar in your first sentence is fucked, but it's an interesting idea. It's granting performance checks, but then it imposes disadvantage, and you don't have the it there. There's a couple things going on. Hot Potato. This item deals 1d fire damage to the owner if they hold it for too long. When does it happen? At the beginning of their turn? The end of the turn? How often? What is too long? Great idea. Spell Prism. When choosing Spell Prism as the target for a spell, the spell is dispelled. That doesn't mean anything. So when you target, does the beginning mean when you target the Spell Prism with a spell, the spell is dispelled? Why? It may be later cast from the spell prism without expending a slot. This sentence is these sentences are gobbledygook. If you want to make an item that you can cast a spell into to cast later, you could do that. There's things like the Ring of Spell Storing. I would look to the way that those are written. It's also probably a pretty short item. You could probably get it in there. But yeah, again, man, your grammar is failing you massively. Sentences need to have all the parts of a sentence to be a sentence. Also, don't write in passive voice. It makes you waste words. A lot of the homebrew that I'm going to be looking at tonight, not a lot, but some of it is written in the passive voice. And we talk about this a lot on stream, not using verbs like to be too much. Or, yeah, because it just wastes words. It's a thing that people learn to do when they're writing like college essays and going to high school in America, because our English education system is terrible. So you learn how to write long essays instead of efficient essays. But the amount of passive voice in here is insane. And all of you, whenever you use passive voice, you're essentially deciding to handicap yourself like 5 or 6 words. What do I mean by passive voice? I'll give you an example. When choosing Spell Prism as the target for a spell, the spell is dispelled. When choosing, a lot. It may later be cast from is a really long way of saying you can cast. It may later be cast from. Save your words, my guys. Save them. You don't got that many. Bag of feeding. You also never use the word may in your homebrew. It just looks bad unless you're writing for a professional third-party publisher. If you're writing as an independent writer, just use the word can. You can only put food in and not out. So I'm going to stop reading them when the grammar breaks. Bag of feeding. You may only put food in and not out. That is where that's not, immediately that doesn't work. Bad grammar. Love you. Great idea. Bad grammar. Bag of infinite dairy. Can produce a random, immediately bad grammar. The meta goggles. These let you see into the plane of above table. During combat, you know the location, conditions, and HP of all creatures on your battle map. Very meta. I would argue probably too meta, but it's also called the meta goggles. So, you know, you get what you pay for. Catalyst Orb. Switch the damage types of 2 spells you have access to. There's no action economy there. How do you do that? Do you do it as an action, as a bonus action at the start of your turn? When does it happen? How does it happen? Once per long rest. Spell block locket. Once per long rest, when you are targeted by a spell of 3rd level or lower within 60 feet, this locket casts counter spell at the attacker. What level does it cast a spell at? Probably 3rd. That's probably fine. I think that one works pretty well. Curly bolt. All right. Do you think we gave people enough time to decide to send one in? We'll probably have more people sending them in as we in the chat as we go. Let's bring up the wheel though. Ring of Defenstration. When worn, you must succeed a DC Wisdom saving throw or find the nearest window within 50 feet radius to defenestrate yourself. When does that happen? You're still missing like a lot of key mechanics there. Gloves of Reflection. When you are targeted with a spell, you are targeted with... What? When you are targeted with a spell, you are targeted with. That's not a complete sentence. We can just move on from that. Crafted by eccentric chocolatiers, this candy never disappears unless swallowed. Sucking on the candy for an entire short rest will restore an additional 1d4 HP. Great, Gwendolyn. Excellent. Look at that. A complete sentence. Who would have thought you had it in you? All right, so that's the vibe. You guys ready? Are we good? Do we understand? This is not a rush job. If you rush, you fail. Most of the time. I would say some of you can rush do it, but for the most part, you rush, you fail. And you might just say, I want to share the idea. I want to just share an idea, and that's great. But writing an idea in 25 words is easy as hell. That's not the point of the challenge. So if you want to share ideas, I love ideas. Share them till the cows come home. But you should know quietly to yourselves in your heart of hearts that if all you're doing is sharing the idea, you're just sharing an idea. You're not really doing the challenge. Because the challenge is not the idea. The challenge is the expression. No need to apologize. If you guys are going to be apologizing every time I yell at you for bad grammar this stream, we're all going to have a bad time. I got to get yours on. Did you post? Did you submit it yet? No, you didn't. Okay. Avoid. Come back when you're ready to be appropriate with your ideas. I'll time you out for 30 minutes. Alrighty. The ring never gives the wearer... This ring never gives the wearer advantage on attack rolls. This ring gives... Oh, excuse me, I misread that. This ring gives the wearer advantage on attack rolls and disadvantage on saving throws. It gives resistance to non-magical damage. Oh my god, you were so fucking close. You were so close. You know when it stops working? It gives resistance to non-magical damage and vulnerability to magical damage. Who does it give it to? What does it give it to? Fun fact, if you change the structure of the way that's written, you could probably not even have to make it you probably don't even need to use half those, like half the words in that last sentence. Switch it to a bullet point item. The Rock. Throw this to kill any creature it hits. You must roll 1d100 plus... no, there's no action economy there. Is it an action? Is it a bonus action? What's the range on it? Come on now. Use the word may, you're fancy. Using the word may isn't fancy. It makes it seem like you don't know what you're doing. Or it makes it seem like you work for a third-party publisher that does know what they're doing and do their own thing, but you don't. And it doesn't really make you look like that unless you're writing specifically under their banner. Potion of Proficiency. You gain proficiency in all skills and saving throws. When you fail a skill check or a saving throw, you lose that skill save proficiency. That's a fun idea. I like it. I probably would make it limited. Also, it's hectic, but that's a fun idea. That might be like a fun, weird boon to give people, too. Earring of Teleportation allows you to... The Earring of Teleportation allows you to teleport from one earring to the other, but only if you wear both. No action economy. Throw is an action. That depends entirely on the object. Because some objects can be thrown as part of the attack action. Some objects, magic items, can be thrown as a bonus action. Some can be thrown as an action. Hell, some can be done as a reaction. Really depends on the item. Throwing an improvised weapon is part of the attack action, but throwing an object is not an action necessarily. Depends on the object. Especially when it comes to magic items. Are we brewing directly in chat? I'm just giving people a chance to get their stuff in and yelling at them when they do badly. Cleaning gloves. These gloves remove all filth. As an action, you can touch an object no larger than 1 cubic foot or one creature, instantly cleaning them. Perfect. Who put that? Kamani Roach. Gold star. Cup of Inebriation. This cup turns non-alcoholic to alcohol. Immediately, that grammar is bad. Moving on. Glasses of Knowledge Retaining. While attuned to this item, you may make history checks with advantage. Don't ever use the word may. It makes you look dumb. Use the word can. You don't explain how we use the charges. Why does it have charges? It has 1d4 charges that reset at dawn on a long rest. You need to... do we expend them to do something? Do we expend them to make the history checks with advantage? You need language for that. Also, magic items don't recharge on a long rest. Magic items recharge at a specific time of day. What's wrong with D&D formatting? What's wrong with D&D formatting is that D&D is language that is written in English, but it is technically describing game mechanics, so it does not use traditional English grammar all the time, and it is much less flexible when it comes to what is real grammar and what is not. It's essentially like you got to think about writing for D&D like you're writing a legal document. There's certain phrases and words when you're writing in legalese that have a lot of mechanical implications about the law. D&D is exactly the same way. So you do write D&D in proper English where you're using like functional sentences, but there's certain phrases and specific pieces of information that need to be there, or technically it's not written properly. And we are going on technicalities today, friends. This cup turns non-alcoholic liquid to alcohol. Tavern employees can make a DC 12 insight check to notice what is going on. Funny idea. You don't need that many words. You could take out basically the whole second sentence and put in more stuff if you wanted to. Mightier sword. The wielder of this dagger can speak a command word as a bonus action to shift the dagger into a greatsword or back again. Boom. Perfect. Ring of fingerless. 10 charges. As an action, you can spend a charge to remove one of your fingers. Perfect. Isn't it stupid how that's technically perfect? Oh, it's great. I love it. I don't know if I'd call it a really useful magic item. But technically, A+. Bony watermelon. After eating this watermelon, you can't benefit from consumable items for 1 hour as your stomach lurches in disgust. All right, that's just a bad item, but great. Expired health potion. When consumed, you regain 2d4 minus 3 hit points. In addition, you must make a DC 11 con saving throw or be poisoned for 1 minute. Perfect. Anachronistic old phone. As an action, you can spend a silver coin to cast the sending spell. Perfect. Let's see. Ring of bandaging. While... Oh, no, it's its own sentence. While attuned, if you have 20 or fewer hit points, you gain 1d12 temporary hit points at the beginning of each of your turns. Also works perfectly. You missed the start? Yeah, we're going to look at the wheel in a second. We're just going to yell at chat for a little bit, though, first. Because people want to spout their ideas real quick, and I like to shut them down. I feel like we're playing whack-a-mole. Honestly, most of these ideas are fun. They're just not written properly, which is fine. It makes sense. It's hard. The Rockier Rock. These titles are amazing, by the way. No, we're going to do the wheel soon, but I do realize that having really short homebrew, we could just do rapid fire in chat for like an hour, and that would be fine. So maybe we'll do that too. Maybe not right now, but that's a good idea for the future. Let's all put a little bookmark in that. Rockier Rock is an amazing name. You don't need use an action, say as an action instead. As an action, you can use an action to throw this rock, dealing 2d20 force damage to any creature in sight. Is it just automatic? There's no attack roll. There's no range. Also, use an action isn't really. I would say, while technically that's a grammatically correct sentence, it's really not written grammatically correct for D&D. Yours did not get skipped. I don't know what yours was. I don't think it got skipped. Oh, here you go. Ring of blinding speed. This ring gives an extra 10 movement speed. No, already wrong. Already wrong. What is 10 movement speed? What does that mean? 10 what? The Shakyam deals diabetes damage rather than piercing. Even eldritch beings who have not heard of chakrams are familiar with these delicious magical devices. There's no mechanics in there. That's not an item. Once per turn, when you roll a 1 on a damage die with this weapon, add a d4 to the result. Great. When fighting more than one enemy, you can freeze one of the enemies for 30 seconds. What does it mean fighting more than one enemy? How close can they be? When are they frozen? Where does it take up place in the action economy? Is it the beginning of your turn, end of your turn, action, bonus action, reaction? How close do they have to be to each other? How close do they have to be to you? Furious Falchion. Plus 1 d4 fire with each good aligned creature slain with this weapon. Bad grammar, fail. Message your DM and secretly make a creature vulnerable to your next attack. No action economy. You all are butchering the formatting. YouTube chat's no better than Twitch chat. You're all amazing and terrible at the same time. Hey, did you guys know I have merch now? You can get hoodies and sweatshirts and t-shirts and mugs and stickers, all with my big old face on it, if you want. Flintstone Gummy Bears, a bottle of colorful gummy bears. As an action, you can consume the gummies, gaining immunity to poisons and disease condition for 100 years. Why 100 years? That seems too long. Most campaigns don't last that long. Deal 1 extra damage on each unarmed strike is not a complete sentence. As a reaction to what, Dice Admiral? Dice of Cheating. As a reaction, you can say it's jacked and reroll a single die. As a reaction to what? Ring of Knockback. When you are hit with a melee attack, you move 5 feet away from the attacker. I love that. It also doesn't say anything about not triggering opportunity attacks, which is not the best, but that's fine. It's funny. Reduces the holder's movement by 15 feet. Not correct grammar for D&D. Look up the word may in any officially published material and see how many times it's used as opposed to the word can. If you want your homebrew to be written however you want and you don't really care about it being properly formatted, then you should use the word may. If you want it to look like the official material, you should use the word can. It's kind of as simple as that. So the reason I push people to use the word can is because it looks better. People that are reading it online, people like if you want to share your homebrew with people, they will like it more because the lizard brain in their head is used to reading the officially published magic items, which means that they kind of know what to expect in the way it's written, even if they don't actively know what to expect in the way it's written. And if you diverge from that, unless you are already fairly established as a writer, or you're diverging from it for a reason that seems evident in the writing, the person who's reading it is going to feel that divergence, and they might not actively express it to you, but somewhere their lizard brain is going to say to themselves, this guy doesn't know what they're doing. It just makes it seem like you don't know what you're doing. It's not the end of the world. You should write however you want, but if your goal is to grow as a writer and to be a good writer, you should know that. You should pay attention to it. And you can decide, I don't care about that, and that's fine. You don't have to care about it. But it's also actively deciding to not pay attention to a rule of grammar in the system for no reason. Which is like, why do that? Why handicap yourself? You know? So you can always ignore anything I say. If you disagree with me, Zwei, you're missing the point. It's not about how they're almost synonymous. Because in D&D, they aren't. And in D&D, one is used a jillion times and one is used like 11 or 12 times. And you can decide, I don't care about that, but that is a very active choice that you are making. And you can say, yeah, they are sort of a synonymous. But you know what they're not synonymous in? In D&D writing. D&D writing is not the same as regular writing. And again, you can decide not to care, but that is you actively deciding to make your writing not look as good. That's a choice that you are more... Make it, dude. And it might not have a big impact on you, right? Like, you could be a very successful writer and use the word may a million times. But most of us out here are just people trying to improve, trying to grow, and not successful, prolific writers. And the way that you grow as a writer is you pay attention to the nuances and you understand why they're there and you lean into that. And you don't take steps that's gonna make your writing feel worse to people. It might not feel worse to people that aren't familiar with D&D, but if the people that are reading your homebrew are very familiar with D&D mechanics, which, to be honest, they are gonna be, because the only people that go online to look up homebrew are people that are familiar with D&D, they are gonna feel that difference in the writing. They're gonna feel it. You might think that's crazy, but it's true. And you might be like, I don't care. It's going to be whatever I want it to be. Great, man. But that's not how my show works. My show is about nitpicking the little details because the goal is growing overall. And most people in our community have a little bit of an understanding that I don't really give a shit about any of your individual homebrew. And to be honest, I don't think any of you need to either. Every piece of homebrew you're making right now is training. You're growing. Whether that's training to become a professional D&D writer, or training to be a game designer, or training to just grow as a critical, thoughtful, writing type person. Whatever your goal of growth is, when you send me homebrew and I talk about it, that's what we're doing. We tear it to shreds, not because we don't like you, but because we actually like you quite a bit. And we have a very singular goal here. And if we decide to not do that goal, then we're kind of missing the point of the show, which is fine. But then it's like, what? You don't need to be here. You don't need to argue with it. You know what I mean? It's just silly. It's a silly argument. I got lots of people that send me the word may in homebrew. Usually when I'm streaming, I'll correct it a bunch, and then I'll just stop correcting it, and I'll just sort of self-correct it when I'm reading it. Because it's a very common mistake people make. Because it's one of those weird circumstances where it is often not a mistake in normal writing. But it is a mistake in D&D writing most of the time. Again, there are very specific circumstances in official writing where it is intentionally used. And if you look at like third-party publishers like Kobold Press or there's a couple other big ones, but they have their own language that they use, and it's consistent within their own, writing style. But if you aren't working for one of them, then you should learn the official writing style. If you want to break the norm, if you want to go against the norm of writing, you should. But you should do it with intention, and you should do it understanding that you are going against the norm. You don't want to accidentally do it, because that just means you don't know what you're doing. So if you want to break a rule, the first thing you got to do is really understand the rules, not just what they are, but why they are. Because then you can break the rules intentionally, and you can do it with a purpose. And if you break the rules with a purpose, and you do it intentionally, you often end up making some of the coolest, most innovative homebrew out there is. For sure. But you got to do that first, or it don't work. The shirt is awesome. I'm glad you like. The name does not count. The whole word. Okay, we're gonna be opening up the wheel soon. The word count is entirely the text of the piece. So the word count doesn't include the name, the rarity, the item type. It is just the body of the text. And somebody asked me in chat if the word DC and then a number could count as one word, and I said yes. So if you want to say a DC 20 saving throw, we're going to count that as 3 words, not 4 words. Got it? What's up, Lauren? All right, let's see if we got any. Let's see how many pieces we got. Dice, did I give you enough time to get your piece on the wheel? Yeah. Oh, and a bunch of other people. All right, cool. Let me show you guys the wheel. Ready? Steady? Wait, where is it? Boom! Behold the wheel in all its glory. Wow, wow, wee wah. Ice cream sandwiches over here. Bishop. The sentence, as a bonus action, non-allied creatures you can see must make a wisdom DC 17 saving throw. That is not grammatically correct. Because what is making them do that? You're making them do that. So you need language in there for that. As a bonus action, you can force creatures within some range of you to make a DC something saving throw. But you need that language. You don't want to write in the passive voice. That's what I'm talking about when we're talking about passive voice a lot of the time, is we're not associating the actor with the action. And you need to do that. Both if you want your writing to be good, but also just that's how grammar works. And it's also often the difference between your writing sounding really strong and punchy and your writing sounding like you're a politician trying to avoid responsibility for something bad they did. Yeah, you need to be the subject. Yeah. Yeah, we're just getting started. I mean, we technically aren't just getting started. We've been yelling about it for an hour so far. But people have been just typing their ideas in the chat. Now we're going to put them on the wheel. These are the ideas that people have spent some time on. These are not the rush jobs. So hopefully that means that hopefully that means they followed the rules. Now I want to ask you guys a question before we start spinning on the wheel. When we do these challenge nights, I'm very much a stickler for the rules. Stringent stickler of the rules. So, I need your permission before we decide to do something or not do something. Or rather, I want your input. There's really only two rules to this homebrew challenge. One is that you need to write it in 25 words or less. That's number one. Two is that it has to be grammatically and mechanically correct for D&D. So my question to you is, as we're reading this, if we bump into a piece that is either more than 25 words or grammatically incorrect, should we skip it? Should we move on? Should we be like, good try, you failed, and then move on? Or do we still talk about it for a little bit? So put a 1 in the chat if you think we just skip it if they don't follow the prompt. Put a 2 in the chat if you still want to go through it and be like, well, you tried, and then still talk about it. We can tell them why. We can tell them why. Oh my god, you are all being such fucking softies. You all want us to still read it even if they didn't do the prompt? No, you can't say 2 with shame. We're not going to do 2 with shame. We're either going to do 1 or we're going to do 2. Neither will be done with shame. If it's grammatically incorrect, we're not going to spend that much time on it, but we're not going to immediately stop reading it, is what's happening if we're saying 2. One is if it's wrong and we notice it's wrong, we say good luck next time and we move on. 2 is we point out why it's wrong and then don't spend that much more time on it. Okay, fine. You guys all decided. We'll be generous. You're all out of your mind. How do you join in on this? If you want to, the rules are right here. They're on the screen. Those are the rules. Being nice is lame. It's not the most. It's not the most lame. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, the link's in the video description. If you're watching on Twitch, do put command wheel in the chat, and it should work. If it doesn't work, let me know. I tried to get everything set up beforehand. My stream wasn't working on YouTube this week for a while, so I had to like disconnect and reconnect and sort of move some stuff around. So some things might be a little wonk. Hopefully nothing's too wonk. All right, should we give her a spin? All right, we're going to start spinning the wheel. So, chat, now we are going to start looking at the pieces on the wheel. If you want to keep typing them in chat, you can, but I'm not going to be paying nearly as much attention to that. Okay? Dude, Dice Admiral stream is super annoying to set up. Honestly, if I could make all of the people that watch on YouTube transition over to Twitch, I would just stream on Twitch. 80% of what makes stream really annoying to set up is streaming on Twitch and YouTube Live at the same time and having all of the back-end stuff synced up so that everybody can like participate in the same sort of way. That's the real annoying thing. Oh yeah, we're in video game music land. Spinning the wheel. Bucket, 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 bucket. Go have a good hockey game, Pasta. Go Flyers. Fly, Flyers, fly on the road to victory. All right, Fluffcopter. What you got for us, Fluff? Wait, I should probably get, shit. You should get shit. All right, what do you got for us, Fluffcopter? We're just diving right in, boys and girls. Shield of the Uninvited. See ya, Bahamut. Have fun at work. Tell the dragons I say what's up. Oh, there's definitely ads on YouTube. The only reason you wouldn't have ads on YouTube would be if you have an ad block up. All right. Shield of the Uninvited. And if you are a sub on Twitch, you don't get any ads. And you could do your sub with Amazon Prime, which is free. And if you're a member on YouTube, you still actually get ads. Oh, you have YouTube Premium? All right, there you go. Then hang out here, my guy. Then you're in the right spot for you. If I was on YouTube, if I had YouTube Premium, I would also watch on YouTube over Twitch. Actually, I don't know. I think yeah, probably. I don't know. YouTube Premium and being a sub is basically the same thing. But yeah, makes sense. All right, let's take a look at the Shield of the Uninvited. This tower shield resembles a wooden door with a no entry sign. That's a lot of words committed to flavor text. Bold of you, cowboy. While you hold the shield, vampires cannot attack you without your verbal permission. Amazing. Why would you give them permission? You wouldn't, I don't think. Which is why I would actually probably make this a very rare or a legendary item. It's super situational. But it's really fucking good in the situation that it's in. Here. But you know what? Fluffcopter's right. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm seeing it, man. Fluffcopter, do you know what just happened? Vampires notoriously can charm you. To get permission, Fluffcopter, when you said that, you know what happened to my brain? That's very clever, dude. That's very clever, dude. Fucking funny. Funny and clever. That's a silly magic item. It's one that makes sense. It's well written. And it has like an inside joke almost. And you committed half of your words to flavor text. Fuck off. That's like showing off. It's like, this is like we're at the gym and like a bunch of guys are seeing like trying to bench press so you can bench press more and they're all kind of the same weight. And then like a random guy walks into the gym and he sees what they're doing as their peak and he just does that at his warm up and then gives them a high five and walks out. Yeah, this is a flex. Fluff, fluff, fluff. That's a flex. Flex it up. High five for Fluff. Very funny. Very silly. Love it. Gonna be honest, don't know if I would ever put it in my game. Don't know if that matters because again, I think the point of this is less so I'm gonna use this item and more so what can I build within those constraints? Although, yeah, I don't know. It's funny. I like it. All right, ready? Set? Buggada, 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 buggada. You have a notepad for stealing? Nice. Dude, I bet a lot of these items are going to be dope. Even if they're not... The thing is, Pandas is up next. Even if... Here's my guess. Here's my prediction. My psionic prediction here. Wait, let me enter. My psionic prediction powers. I think that, realistically, most of the items in here are going to be ideas that would be very good. I bet even the ones that really stumble to actually follow the prompt are going to feel like fun ideas. That's my guess. And the reason why I'm going to guess that is because usually when you have like a ridiculously stupid limit, your brain comes up with weird shit. Like, that's often where like the most creative ideas come from, is like Weird limitations. All right. Panda, what you got for us? Where are you? Oh, I gotta search it. I'm not reading what you wrote. I apologize. I'm just looking at it. Glasses of oversight. Ugh. You love the other views? Oh, Zway, you're watching the show like 20 minutes behind. But I love you. Once per day, you can choose... Okay, glasses of oversight. Uncommon. Once per day, you can choose up to 6 creatures you can see. Any creatures wearing these glasses cannot see or hear those creatures. You don't have action economy. Once per day, you can choose up to 6 creatures you can see. How do you do this? Whenever an item does anything, you either need to say how it does it or when it does it. So it either is a thing that you can do at the end of a long rest or at the start of your turn, or it's an action or a bonus action or a reaction or something like that. How long does the effect last? How is it turned off? All of that language needs to be there. So I would say a little bit of a swing and a miss, but A for effort, C- for execution, A+ for idea. Weird alternative glasses. Oh, share links. I'm sorry, I forgot. But yeah, you're missing a lot of action economy here. Too much. You would. It's not that Dice Admiral. This doesn't make other creatures invisible. It makes you invisible to creatures. So you would say it would be like at the end of a long rest, choose up to 6 creatures you can see. You are invisible to them for the next hour or something like that. No, am I misreading it? It makes them invisible. Any creatures wearing these glasses cannot see or... No, the 6 creatures become invisible to anyone wearing the glasses. Oh, I see. Yeah, I did misunderstand it. Regardless, it still doesn't have any action economy. I misunderstood it, but yeah, still doesn't have any action economy. All of that initial feedback still stands because it's all technical. All right. A+ idea, B- execution. Thank you, pandas. Technically correct, the best kind of correct. Sometimes it's the best kind, sometimes it's the worst kind. Bug it. This feels like Brewmaster because I'm yelling and it's going fast pace. I hope that's good. Oh, it's all, who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Hey, backward up. Dragon Claw is up next. I like the short ones. Yeah, they're funny. Dragon Claw, what you got for us? Oh, this is a weird link. Life Surge Blade. When you hit an enemy with an attack using this sword, you use can, expend any number of your remaining hit dice to increase the damage. Increase the damage by what? Increase the damage by what, man? You can increase the damage. Okay. Increase the damage by what, my guy? Increase the damage. It's a mystery. Well, I do like a good mystery novel. I'm assuming you probably mean by the amount of hit dice, but you would need the language for that. But... fun idea, pretty simple, pretty straightforward. It's Smolder tonight? No, Smolder is mean. I'm not being mean. This is how I run a challenge. If you fail, I let you know. That's a fail. It's not a bad idea. It's a fun idea. Very simple magic item. Works pretty well. If you were going to not beat in the challenge, it's very easy to accomplish the goal of just getting those extra words in at the end there. No, Smolder is insulting. I'm not insulting. I'm just calling it like I sees it at a faster pace than I normally would. Anyway, fun idea. At least it's exactly 25 words. Maybe, right? I mean, like, if you're a pilot and you're flying, if you land the plane at the perfect speed you're supposed to land it at, but you forget to put out the runway, Equipment, it's still kind of a crash. You know, it's not like a bad, it's not, maybe not as bad of a crash, but I don't know if you'd call that a successful landing. It's definitely better than not putting the wheels out and landing at 600 and 700 miles an hour. All right, thank you, Dragon Claw. Very straightforward, fine item. A+ idea. That's not exactly an equal comparison. Why not? Why not? There's very few things that you really need to do this challenge. Let's look at them. Here's 2 of them. They're right here. Create a magic item in 25 words or less. That's one of them. And 2, use proper grammar and sentence structure. That's 2. So I would probably say the 2 most important things to landing a plane correctly are landing at the right speed and having all the runway gear out. So if you took away one of the 2 most important things, it would be bad. You know what I mean? So I would say it's a pretty equal comparison. But if you continue to disagree, that's fine. Click! Anybody new submit anything? Ben! Welcome, Ben. Doesn't mean it's a bad idea. Just means it didn't land the plane. Forgetting your landing gear has far more consequences? No, it doesn't. Let's talk about the Life Surge blade again. We're not going to focus on it too much because I'm not trying to shame this creator. But let's assume that landing gear is as black and white on and off as mechanics. This weapon is completely unusable the way it's written. Legitimately, it's completely unusable. Why is it completely unusable? Because we don't know how the damage is increasing. We don't know what it's increasing by. So again, I think it's a really significant, important distinction. If you don't have a piece of information in your homebrew, that information is not there. If you're like, well, it's inferred. No, it's fucking not. That's the whole point of the challenge, my guy. That's the whole point of the challenge, my guy. So no, I disagree with you 1,000,000%. I love you and I think you're great, but I think you are just proving more and more that I'm making what I'm saying is correct. If you miss half of the rules, that's 50%. That's crap. That plane might not be, that plane is salvageable, but that plane took some damage. You know, some of the people that were on that plane might have some bruising. Semantics. Thank you, Rex, for the resub. You're a champion. 13 months. Let's go. All right. But you can argue more. I love it. Ready? Steady? It has to be a functional magic item? If it didn't need to be a functional magic item, then we wouldn't be doing this. How do you submit? Do the command wheel, exclamation point wheel in chat, and you'll get the submission form. Boom! Next is Jay. Jay! What's going on here, buddy? Every stream we get one. Every stream we get one. Hey, Jay. Hey, Jay. You got to give us access to the document, my guy. You got to give us access to the document. It's also written in the form that you got to do that. So, rule of thumb. Open the document in an incognito window. See if it works. If it don't, it means you didn't make it shareable. If you make it shareable before the stream is over, or if you let me know you made it shareable before I'm done making this speech, I will put it back on the wheel. And if you make it right now, I will read it right now. But otherwise, we're moving on. Here's your chance. 3, 2, 1. Doop. All right, buddy. We love you. You still get a round of applause, Jay. You still get a round of applause. Boom. Have there been any entries that use pictograms to get around the word limit? I would say the only way using a pictogram to get around the word limit would work is if it was used as a description, because pictograms do not express mechanical rules of D&D. So you got to be careful with how much you want to bend those rules. Otherwise, I'm just going to probably be like, this is not a magic item. Because it's got to be a magic item for D&D. Still's got to be that. That's the, you know, that's the basic thing that it has to be. No. We don't need Sonic 2 battle music just yet. Alrighty. Any new submissions? Lucky Bambler. Oh, just Bamber, excuse me. Welcome, Lucky. How you doing? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, guys. It's time for some seltzer. This episode of Cinder Getting Hydrated brought to you by He Prefers to Drink Seltzer. Ugh. Tasty. Why does he prefer to drink seltzer? Because he's a child. He's a man-child. Waterloo, yeah, it's Waterloo. That I don't know. I like the Waterloo ones. Somebody tried to write vasectomy. Very clever. What do we got? Shifting pendant. Oops, I opened it in the wrong form. Shifting pendant. Fun fact about Waterloo, I don't know what they do with their cans to make their drinks taste the way they drink, but as soon as I'm drinking one of these things, if I just fill it with water again, it just tastes exactly the same again. It's viewable now? All right, Jay, I'll put you back on the wheel. Shifting pendant. While wearing this necklace, you can use an action to activate it. The charm, say the pendant. The pendant then takes any form smaller than a 5-centimeter cube. I think this technically works, but I'm gonna be honest. I think you need a little bit more mechanical limitations, because the way this is written, you could turn this into like a legendary item. So you probably would want to say that you couldn't. You could turn it into any mundane item that is smaller than 5 centimeters by 5 centimeters, because you could just turn this into like a ring of wishes. The other thing is that I think that the way it's written is actually taking up way more words than it needs to. I think that, like, you could say something like, while wearing this necklace, you can use an action to transform the pendant into any mundane object. Period. Or fit the size in there or whatever. But yeah, fine idea. To be honest, if you change the language of this so it can become any mundane object, that's like 5 inches by 5 inches or 5 centimeters by 5 centimeters, you could probably make it a common magic item. Yeah, you definitely, if you wanted to use... I think that something like this could actually work really well as just like an item in a game, actually, so long as you have the limits on this. But it would be cool, a necklace that has a special pendant hanging from it that you could use to create any mundane item that is of a certain size that is small. It's kind of fun, because you turn it into like... you could turn it into lockpicks, you could turn it into all sorts of cool stuff. I think it'd be interesting. Fun idea. Thank you, vasectomy. How long does it last? The way that it's written, it looks like it lasts until you would use an action to activate it again. But yeah, if you wanted to write this thing out fully, it would need to have, if you wanted to write this thing out fully, it would need to have some more action economy there for sure. I read it as the pendant on the necklace would change because they said the charm, not the actual necklace. So the way that I read that, it was the chain stays the same and whatever's dangling from it changes. That was my interpretation of the item. If I'm off, I apologize. We got 2 new submissions. Let's go. Boom. Great swords don't have stat blocks, so they don't need to count towards words. Yeah, YouTube, the link's just in the video description. Oh, I don't know. It depends on the size of the clock. I mean, it couldn't turn into that big of a clock. It's only 5 centimeters by 5 centimeters. That's like less than 6 inches. 5 centimeters is very small. So it would probably just be like a little clock. Kip! What you got for us today, champion? Man, efficiency is hard. Yeah, buddy. Efficiency is super hard. That's why this is a fun challenge. Ooh, I love the name. The Claves of Cantankerous Clanking. Great title. Really good name. Wondrous item, uncommon. This instrument allows you to make strength performance checks. That's fun. And grants the ability to cast Thunderclap using strength as your spellcasting modifier. How many words is that? That's fucking good. That's just clean. I don't have any funny comments, Kip. I think that's just legit good. It's the clacky sticks, so that's your strength for performance. And then you're banging them so hard together, you're casting Thunderclap. The only thing that I would say is it's only 23 words right now. I wonder if you could give it an actual spell save DC. Although I see why you're using strength. It's kind of funny. Claves, not claves. Excuse me, I apologize. I am a nincompoop. I am a nincompoop. I am a dingus and a dongus. The only thing you should ever assume about me is that I'm wrong sometimes. Fluffcopter, I don't think so. I would say no. I think other magic items are written this way. How often can you do this? It doesn't need to be listed. You get access to Thunderclap, which is a cantrip, so you don't really need to think about spell slots or anything. It's a cantrip. Cantrips are infinite use. And this is just for skill checks, so I think it's fine. You love me, I love you. But when are those times? What times? Oh, what times is it written like this? I'm not sure. I'm just saying that this, to me, if I was gonna if I saw this in a magic item, I would not assume that was shorthand immediately. So if you feel like that's shorthand, then you can decide that's shorthand and and that's fine. But I see that as fine. Again, though, this is only 23 words right now. So if they really wanted to, might be able to find 2 words to make that more correct. But I think to me, I read that as grammatically correct. I don't see that as shorthand. It doesn't need to specify whether it uses an action or a bonus action to cast Thunderclap, because it specifies as you are casting Thunderclap as a cantrip. You're just casting the spell. So there is implied mechanics here, which is also grammatically correct and totally fine. It's not ideal necessarily if you want to make the magic item, but oftentimes when a magic item gives you access to something that is infinite use in other circumstances, specifically a cantrip, it doesn't say as an action you can cast Thunderclap, because it is known that Thunderclap is an action. Normally, magic items that have limited use features will say as an action you can expend a charge to cast Fireball, or as an action you can cast one of the following spells or something like that. But if it's just giving you access to a cantrip, it is written like this fairly regularly, pretty sure. So I think it's fine. I kind of, I don't know if I would assume, I mean, this is how you write alternative ability checks. Like, if you were going to be writing like if you were going to be running like a module and you wanted people to be doing a situation where they were using these claves and you wanted them to know that they would be using strength for this performance, you would write that like anyone that wants to perform in the dance must make a strength performance check. You would write it like that for sure. I'm just not sure if you were going to write this as an item, you would want to change the language to something like you can use strength for performance checks or something like that. You love my videos? I love your videos. Anyway, claves of cantankerous clacking. Really, really goofy. Like it. I love goofy when it works, baby. 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 I love goofy when it works. You know, it's also kind of, two things, two tiny things. Let's talk about, because sometimes we want to highlight, I think, when there's some good game design going on that I feel, aside from just, you know, it working. It working is great. And we want to give everyone kudos, but I do want to point some things out here. This item's got really strong vibes for having 23 words, right? Like, am I being crazy? I feel like the two things this item does have really strong vibes and sell the fiction of it really well. Personally. Using strength for performance and being able to bang them together to do strength-based thunderclap. It's not like the best item in the game, but it's a really fun, flavorful item. And I don't know, I think it's pretty fucking solid for like a... The vibe is so strong here, it's kind of nuts. All right, Kip, thank you for sharing. Kaboof! All right, let's see. Did we get anybody new? Who's the bottom of the list? Poom Awesome. Yeah, we got a couple new people. More flesh for the pyre. Skulls for the skull throne. Have you seen your entries for last week's quests? No. I usually do them on... I was going to do them on Sunday because I kind of wanted to jump into the hecticness today. But we'll probably look at them on Sunday. Spins for the wheel throne. But I will look at it, Cross. I will look at it. Stryer. See what you got for us today. Each word has to be more punchy. That's funny. Bottle of freezing gel. Ugh. You guys ever wonder what's going on with freezing gel? I do all the time. As an action, you can throw this bottle 30 feet, freezing creatures in a 2-foot radius sphere. Frozen creatures have vulnerability to bludgeoning damage for 1 minute. The idea here is good, but you're missing a lot of stuff, I think. Like, you're missing two things that matter. One of them is mechanical, and then one of them is grammatical. You need there needs to be some sort of more than that. There's, first of all, a 2-foot radius sphere is nothing. Nothing in D&D is measured in 2 feet. It's either 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet. So this is nothing. This means nothing. This is one creature. You might as well just say, pick a creature you can see within 30 feet and throw this bottle at them. The other thing is that it either needs to be based on an attack roll or a saving throw. So you need language for that in there. Also, just a tiny thing. But if the only thing freezing a creature does is make it vulnerable to bludgeoning damage, I don't know if I would go with freezing as the way to represent that. I feel like getting vulnerable to bludgeoning damage could totally make sense and be cool, but I feel like by not putting any slow-based mechanics in there, I would push... like, if you wanted to lean on the bludgeoning, I would not go with the flavor of freezing. Because I think freezing requires a little bit too much more than just bludgeoning vulnerability, you know? I might call it like the paper skin potion or something like that. You know what I mean?
Hooray!
So get the mechanics in there. Get a saving throw in there. Get your numbers, get your radiuses to make sense. And make it, I would say probably very rare or legendary. I don't know. Are there any, maybe chat, you know, are there any items that impose vulnerability to a damage type on a creature? That might be enough to make a thing legendary. At the very least, very rare. I don't think anything makes it... I don't think there's any oil that makes creatures vulnerable to damage types. Like, making a creature vulnerable to a damage type bypasses resistances and immunities, basically. So it's like, it's not just taking more damage, it's making a creature vulnerable. Yeah, so that probably would make this like very rare or legendary. Interesting idea. I don't think the flavor of freezing is the right flavor here, though. I think if you want to do freezing requires a couple more elements that I don't think fit the vibe. But an item that you can throw that smashes into somebody and makes them vulnerable to damage is hectic. All right, Stir, thank you very much. Stir. Stir me like a Polaroid picture. Kaboom. Kersplat. Yeah, it probably would be better to say they take twice the amount of damage rather than vulnerable. That's true. That's almost certainly true. Anybody new? Let's see, who's the bottom? Caden. Flareware, welcome, champion. How you doing? You sensual Tyrannosauri. Dice is nice. What you got for us, Mr. Admiral? Color me curious. The Fallen! Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Here it is in the chat. You got D&D. Have a fun D&D game, Bildo. We love you. Tell your D&D players we say, adventure awaits! But do it in the voice that you can do that's better than me. You know the one. Okay, let's see what this is. Viper Gauntlets. As a reaction to taking damage, you can enter rage and make a melee weapon attack. I mean, how many words is that? I think that it's probably fine. I'm gonna be honest here. I have a genuine question. And I don't want you to necessarily answer, Dice. I want to know what people think about this. Yeah, it requires attunement from a barbarian. We've been looking at Dice Admiral's homebrew for a little while. They organize it in a slightly different way. And I've just adjusted to reading it that way. Because it's really clean. Here's the thing. If you are going to break the norm of the way things are written, it's okay if it works better for what your purposes are than the things that are written. I was yelling about this at the beginning of stream. If you want to break the rules, you should, but you kind of need to do it with intention, and that intention needs to feel purposeful, and me as the reader, I need to be able to feel like I'm grasping that purpose. Otherwise, going against the norm feels weird, and the way that DICE has been organizing their homebrew forever has been on Notion, and it makes sense. Like, I don't question why it's written a little differently, because it is. But also, all that stuff of requiring attunement from a barbarian, none of that would be in the flavor text anyway. That would all be in the part that's talking about the item type and shit, so it doesn't count anyway. But, genuine question for chat. Genuine question. Genuine question that I do not know the answer to. Let me move you out of the way for a little bit. As a reaction to taking damage, you can enter a rage and make a melee weapon attack. Can you use this feature while you are raging? That's my first question. And my second question, can you use this feature if you have no uses of your rage left? And I don't want DICE to answer. I want everybody else to answer. What do you think? The way this is written, as a reaction to taking damage, you can enter a rage and make one melee weapon attack. Can you use this feature while raging? Can you use this feature while you have no uses of your rage left? I see a yes and a yes and a no, a yes and a no, a yes and a no. I think that needs to be mechanical. I think that there needs to be a little bit more in here. I don't know how many words this is. If this feels like it's less than 25 words. But if you look at how just different the answers in chat are, it's 16 words. Oh my god, dude. Get the language in there, boy. You got it in you, Dice. You got the power. I appreciate that you wanted this thing to be aerodynamic and as trimmed to the bone as you possibly could. There is an elegance in that. And also, I think, probably to a certain extent, some pride in being like, oh, 25 words? Fuck you, 16. Like, I admire that. Don't get me wrong. But I think that you got to get that language in there. It's a cool idea. It's weirdly, like, on it, I don't know how good of an item it is. Because it's very circumstantial. Like, assuming that it doesn't give you extra uses of your rage, right? You're only ever going to use this if you are, like, surprised into a fight. Do you know what I mean? Like, you are almost always raging on your first turn, and you have advantage on initiative at a certain point. So, I don't actually know if I would make this very rare. I feel like it might be a rare item. I know, it's like, whoa, you're getting to activate your rage on a reaction, and you're getting an extra attack, and like that's really good, and there's no limit on it. But technically, there is a limit on it, because you can't use it if you don't have your rages left, I'm assuming. And I don't know if you can use it while you're raging. I would assume you couldn't, but I don't actually know. But assuming you can't use this while raging, and you can't use this when you don't have any uses of your rage, this is a rare item at best, I think. Am I being crazy, chat? Anyway, like, it's so niche. So niche. It's not an action economy item literally at all. I can't think of a single circumstance where you would be using your reaction for something other than this if combat was breaking out. Like, what are barbarians using their reaction for ever, other than, like, the, the Guardian Barbarian bouncing shit around? Anyway, very fun, simple, straightforward. The thing is, what this does is it allows the Barbarian to have the power fantasy story moment where somebody punches them and they immediately punch them back, which I think is a wonderful moment to have. I think if I was going to put this item in my game, this is what I would do. I would make it a rare item, and I would make it like a potion, or I would make it like a one-time use thing. Like, it would be like maybe it would be like something you would wear that, like, when you take damage, it automatically triggers and does that thing. Because I think that this will, in a weird way, I feel like it requiring attunement makes it way less appealing. Yeah, the header says Barbarian only. See, it says base class Barbarian. I know it's not saying requires attunement by a Barbarian, but again, the structure that the structure that DICE uses here is one that is different than the norm, but I would say, in my opinion, I think it makes an argument for itself just by the nature of it being very smooth and clear and simple. Like, it's good formatting, you know? I really only push back against people breaking the norm if I feel like it overcomplicates their piece, doesn't add something to their piece, or makes their piece, like, seem less professional. This doesn't do any of those. Why the name? Because you're striking back like a viper, I think. Anyway, thank you, DICE. Thank you all. Use the formatting so you can search and sort easier. Well, I didn't know that you were... I mean, I guess that makes sense, but it also just, like, it just works as a reader, too. Boom! Who's bottom now? Oh, we got some new people. What's up, Aries? the one and Skips. How you guys doing? Are you having a good day? I hope so. Bagadu, 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 bop, 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 bagadu, 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 bop. Why'd the music get so stilted? Guys, we are not in Jazzy Night. We're in, like... No. No, we gotta be in game mode. Jay, you're back on the menu! Jay gets a second chance, guys. Glory unto Jay. Let's see if it was worth it. Let's go. Merciful Trinket. A free action is not anything in D&D. That doesn't mean anything. So when you say free action, that does not express to the person wielding it how they can use it at all. Everything in D&D either needs to happen at a specific time or tied to an action. So if you want something to just happen, you got to just say when it happens. You can make the final blow on a creature non-lethal and paralyze the target for 1d4 hours. So the way that you would make this work if you wanted to is you would say, if you land a non-lethal blow on a creature, dropping it to 0 hit points, you can make it make some sort of saving throw, and then it becomes paralyzed for 1d4 hours. No action required. That's how you would word that. So I think that how many words is this? Yeah, so I think if you change it around, you probably could get it under 25 words. When you drop a creature to 0 hit points non-lethally, you can force them to make a Constitution saving throw. On a failure, they are paralyzed for 1d4 rounds. The other thing that I would say, though, is, like, they're also unconscious, so I don't know how much that matters. Like, I wouldn't call this merciful. If anything, this is, like, not merciful, because instead of you just making them unconscious, they are now paralyzed, so you can wake them up, but they still can't move. I wouldn't... if anything, it's the opposite of merciful. It's not dead. Non-lethal, my friend. Non-lethal. Non-lethal means non-lethal. So lethal means dead. Dead making is lethal. Non-lethal means non-dead making. You can only make... Really, you can only make melee attacks non-lethal? That's interesting. Oh, this is supposed to trigger by killing something. I see. Okay. Then this needs to be basically rewritten, because that is not clear here. I would say, when you kill a creature with a weapon attack, you can use your reaction to retroactively make that attack non-lethal. The creature drops unconscious and is paralyzed for 1d4 hours, or something like that. Or you would say something like the creature remains at 0 hit points but is stabilized and unconscious for some amount of time. Interesting idea. Thank you for clarifying, chat. I did not understand what the point of this was. It felt confusing. But yeah. Messing up and then being like, oops, I didn't mean to kill that person. I actually think that's a pretty interesting idea. Guys, should that be a magic item that requires attunement? I don't know if that's powerful enough that I would make it require attunement. I might just make it, like, limited in use. Like, maybe it can only be used a certain amount of times per day. Or, better yet, make it a weapon. Like, what if it's called the Merciful Sword? When you kill a creature with this sword as a reaction, you can decide to make it non-damaging. Like, I almost feel like it makes more sense for this to be a weapon than a trinket. Either way, though, I don't know if I'd make it require attunement. Interesting idea, though. I think it's a very interesting idea. Very roleplay heavy magic item. I like it a lot, man. I actually really like it. In fact, you know who I could see? I could see this magic item being like a really big part of your world building. Like, what if you have like a highly magical world? So you have highly magical like police forces and stuff. Like they, assuming that you're having more of like an idealistic version of fantasy, not like one that's like us, because our police are terrible. But if you were thinking about like fantasy where you don't have to deal with all the horribles of the normal justice system, I think it would be really cool to have all the city watchmen have weapons like this. Do you know what I mean? Wouldn't that be so cool? Like, you could do some really interesting... Who made this? Jay. Was that you, Jay? Jay, I'm so glad you fixed it. Oh, yeah. Or prison guards. Or, like, yeah, or any situation where you want people to be able to beat the shit out of each other and not die. A gladiatorial arena? Like, right? You know? Because if you had a gladiatorial arena, you could still have people, like, slicing into each other and shit. But it would be like, oh, and it would still be super brutal and violent to watch, but in the end, they'd be okay. Really fun item, dude. Like, legit fun item. I would make this in the same way that, you know what I would do? In the same way that you can have, like, in the same way that you can make weapons and ammunition silvered, or there's, like, different varieties of weapons that are flame tongue blades, or different variety of weapons that are just, like, a +1 weapon. I think that's what this should be. This should be a variety of weapon, and it should be called the merciful or the judicial or the whatever you want to call it for your world based on how you put it into it. Military training. Yeah. Like, clean up the language, get it mechanically a little bit more organized so that it looks professional and sounds good. But I think it's really fun. I mean, what about spells? Well, I think that the way it's written, it doesn't clarify attacks or spells, but I would argue it's talking about weapons because you can't non-lethally cast spells either. And also you don't make like attacks with spells. Like, I would not say, when you say the final blow, that's very rare. Like, that's a hit. It's a weapon. But yeah, you should clarify weapon attacks for sure. Or the easier solution is just make it a weapon, and then it clarifies itself. Yeah, I agree. I see. Yeah. You're all right. I was just assuming because I was going off that. But I shouldn't have been assuming. I was giving you guys shits for assuming earlier. I can't be doing it myself. Otherwise, I become a hypocrite more than I am, which is already a lot. And if I'm too much of a hypocrite, I think you guys stop liking me. Anyway, Jay, really, legit, really fun, man. Like, honestly, not an item that I would necessarily focus on giving to my players, but an item that I would unquestionably use as like a fairly important aspect of world building, which is really fun. There's something that happens in D&D when you're playing a game. Calm down. When you're playing a game of D&D and you're talking about the world building and your players pick up an item and you like give them a piece of paper for that item, and then when they learn how that item works, it makes them understand how the world works more. That's a really cool feeling from a player perspective. Like a really, really cool feeling. Like, one of, I think, of the most satisfying situations one of my players was ever in was they were in this city and they were like being bandits, because my players like being bad guys more than good guys most of the time. And it was a city that had like very good magical city guards, and the city guards were just kicking their butts. And then at one point they stole one of the city guards' helmets. And they learned that every city guardsman had a helmet that was a magic item that essentially allowed them to cast Sending and Skywrite a couple times a day. And they were like, oh shit, these helmets allow them to like just communicate with each other super quick. And that was how they were able to do all of that stuff and communicate super quickly. But it was one of those things where they were getting a cool magic item, but also it was like revealing part of the world to them. And that's kind of what this item is like. I know I'm talking about it way too much for a 25-word magic item, but if there's an opportunity to be like, look, your homebrew can help with world building in a way that we don't normally think about, we got to talk about it at least a little bit, right? Like, that's pretty friggin' cool. That's not that common. A lot of the time, magic items are just fun toys for players. Very rarely are they like a fundamental aspect of world building. Anyway, Jay, we love you. High five forever. Thank you. Goodbye. Let's see if we got any new ones. No. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Ben. What's up, Ben? You consider the dimension as one word? I accept that. I don't know what the dimension is. I guess we'll see. Duffel bag of holding. This bag allows you to store up to 8 bags of holding in one unit. The spaces are enlarged to 8 by 8 by 8. You can enter it. I'm going to be honest here, Ben. I see what you're going for. I don't think there is enough clarification here. The wheel command isn't working. All right, let me fix that. I think the idea is interesting. It's a bag that can hold bags of holding. But I think that, unfortunately, there's too many elements that are unaccounted for in what you're adding. All right, let's make sure we get the thing working. It's not working? Looks like it is. Here, wait. Oh, it's not. All right. It should be. Why isn't it working? Wait, let me try again. Let me rebuild it really quickly. Okay, let's see. See if it works now. There we go. Sorry about that. That's fucking annoying. Well, now you can submit your homebrew on Twitch too. I'm really sorry about that, guys. Yeah, you can already enter the bag. There's nothing telling you can't. The things that are missing, like, can it hold anything else? Can it only hold bags of holding? You say the space is 8 by 8 by 8, but like, how big can objects be that can enter into it? How big is the opening? There's a lot of what can one of these bags go into another bag? Is the bag another dimension? If it's a different dimensional space, we need language for that. So there's a lot of mechanical language that is missing here in order for this to function as a magic item. But the idea of a duffel bag that can hold a bunch of bags of holding is very funny, and it kind of makes me think of Baldur's Gate 3, where a lot of people do the thing where they like put a lot of bags in a lot of bags and like make a bomb that has like a billion things in it because they put 30 things in a bag and then 30 bags of 30 things all into one bigger bag. It's kind of giving off those vibes. Like, if you could trigger the duffel bag to destroy the bags of holding, that would also be really funny. Because it could be an item where, like, it's the size of a duffel bag, and then it tears apart, and then everything in it, like, when it, like, fills the room with stuff, you know? Yeah. If you want to... Here's what I'm going to say. You got the idea out there. I do not think you got all the mechanical language. I think that this would lead to confusion at the table or people doing shenanigans that might not be intended. That being said, if you get that mechanical language in there, I think it's a good idea. And again, I want to encourage you to put language in there for having a way for the duffel bag triggering the destruction of all of the bags of holding. Maybe something like, if the duffel bag is destroyed, all bags of holding inside of it are also destroyed. Something like that. And their contents spew out or something. I don't know. That's a really funny idea, and you should do that. Thank you, Ben. Interesting idea. Very situational. No, not that situational, but medium situational. How often do you have 8 bags of holding in a D&D game? In my experience... Actually, I'm curious. Chat. So you guys play D&D sometimes. In your experience, do your dungeon masters, or do you as a dungeon master, require your players to carry multiple bags of holding because you are legitimately keeping track of how much stuff they're putting in their bags of holding to the point where they can have a limit? Or do you kind of just say, you have a bag of holding and it, for the most part, can carry your stuff? I usually say you have a bag of holding and if for the most part it can carry your stuff. I limit what you can put in it because the opening is only so big, but I very rarely am keeping track of it outside of that. So I'm just curious. You don't... Listen, I like giving my players bags of holding because I really like... I like not having them keep track of stuff. I like video game logic for at least some elements of D&D. And I like the idea that we don't need to think about all the things we have. We just have them in a big bucket. We can pull them out when we need them. I like it as a player. I like when my players have it. But maybe some of you keep more than one bag of holding. I don't know. I mean, this is another item that could be sort of a world building item, right? Like if you were like a shopkeeper, this might be the way you would store stuff. You know what it makes me think of? There was a campaign that I was running for a while over COVID, actually, for a bunch of some guys that some good guys. One of them's a famous person, and they were in the Astral Sea, and they went to a shop where everything in the shop was kept in bags of holding. So if you like walked around the shop, the walls of the shop were just covered in bags of holding. And the creatures that manned the shop were able to keep track of what things were in what bags. So they would just talk to you about what they had. They basically, it was like you would consult with them. It was like you were going to like a bespoke tailor. So you would go into the shop and they'd be like, what are you looking for? And then they would sort of cater what they would offer based on what you said. And walls covered in bags of holding in all directions. And the way that they fought back against theft was twofold. One, if you don't know what's in a bag of holding, you can't really pull stuff out super easily. Like you have to have a sense of what you're pulling out. But the bigger way that they dealt with thieves or attempted thieves was that every like third bag was not a bag of holding, it was a bag of devouring. So if you tried to reach into the wrong bag, the 50% chance the bag would eat you, and you would be consumed by the bag and disappear into the void. Now, the other element of roleplay story building there was that anybody that was devoured by the bag of holding appeared in the stomach of the astral creature that the bag of holding's mouth is connected to. And the same creatures that ran the shop would then harvest those creatures' poop for magic items. So the lore of this shop was that they basically sell items that they have taken from adventurers that have tried to steal from them. It was a cool little shop. And the players did not try to steal from it. In fact, the players became pretty good friends with the shopkeeper because they thought he sounded funny, because I used a funny, weird voice. And they ended up being really helpful because the creatures were like astral farmers / merchants, and they just knew a lot about the Astral Sea and ended up hooking up the party with a planetar to help them deal with some shenanigans. Also, fun fact, if you as a dungeon master don't want to have to read off a list of 30,000 magic items, but you have a sense of what magic items your players might want, you should run a shop like that, where there's literally nothing on the shelves. There are just the person to talk to, because then they tell the person what they want, and then you as the dungeon master can decide what magic item they should offer. But in fact, it's catered, you know, but it's like technically, you know, but it's also just you just picking. You're not needing to read a list of 30 things. Yeah, his voice was like, hello! He was sort of like, he was like Dennis Reynolds from the Always Sunny episode where they are in the 1700s. He was like, yes! Hello! They talked like that. Welcome! Like that. That was how he talked. They thought it was funny because the voice required me to go, ooh, like almost every other sentence, and they just thought that was the best, I think. Yeah. Anyway, Ben, really, really interesting idea. It's another one of those ideas that is sort of more like almost world buildy, or for a really crunchy game. I know I saw you said in the chat that you guys keep a lot of stuff, and it makes sense for an item where you keep a lot of stuff. But man, if I could push you to turn this into more of a full-fledged magic item, give us a button to make everything inside it explode and erupt out at the same time. There's too much funny potential in that. You know what I mean? Like, it's sort of doing a disservice to the whole game, I think, if you don't give us an option to do that. Anyway, thank you for sharing. All right, anybody new for the wheel? Skips, you're the bottom right now. Start at the bottom, now we're here. Anybody under this? Yo, we got a couple new people. Oh, yeah. Oh, Alex, literally, you just popped in literally as I was collecting the names. Kaboom, baby. All right, let's give her a spin. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. Artis! Oh, guys, you know how... my friend's back. I have a couple of friends in my room sometimes, and some of them are ones that you guys are familiar with. Others are ones that you are not. You guys know what spiders are, right? They're pretty... They're normal. Spiders are like normal creatures here. How do I spell your name? Oh, I was spelling it wrong. Put the I too early. Because it's not Artis, it's Aritas. Excuse me. All right, what you got for us today, buddy? Just changed my item and edited the form. You'll see the new item, right? Yes. If you go back into the form and edit the document to make the link different, that is the only link that I'll see. So, and that's the thing. Like, whenever you make homebrew, if you want to edit the document, you can always edit it before I look at it. Just don't change your name in it if you're already on the wheel, because that's how I find you in the form. You didn't know I do lives? You love the 40K stuff, dude. I love the 40K stuff. So here's the deal with Warhammer 40K. I am very new to it. I'm entering in. So I'm trying my best to share what is exciting me about Warhammer in the way that I think is easily approachable, because there's a lot of Warhammer creators that are talking about like heavy shit with like names and like histories and all sorts of stuff where it's like, okay, there's a lot of context that I need to feel like I get why this is fun. And I was like, I just want to share cool shit about Warhammer that doesn't require much context, because it makes people, because I don't know, that's what got me into it. So that's what I'm doing with my shorts about Warhammer. But I am making a Warhammer long right now that is going to be a little bit of an intro to Warhammer video. But again, with that vibe of like, I'm new. If you want an expert, the opening of the video is basically saying, I'm new. If you want an expert, here's a bunch of YouTubers that are great experts. If you want to watch a dingus figuring it out as they go, and either you know less and that sounds good, or you know more and that sounds funny, that's the video for you. So I'm making a Warhammer lore video that's not going to be that good, but it's going to be okay. Cloak of the Eagle. Yeah, everything is just one. Every time is just one. Whenever I do any of these shows, it's a one and done submission. We want to give everybody a fair shot. And if you arrived at stream the moment it started, I don't want the person that arrived at stream 3 hours late to feel like they have less of an opportunity to participate because they didn't have as much time to submit stuff. I want them to be on the wheel with a chance of 1, and I want you to be on the wheel with a chance of 1. Yeah, it's not... I'm calling it... I think I'm going to call it Warhammer for Dummies. Here, you guys, I'll give you a little preview before... I'll tell you what, I'll give you a little preview of the video right now. Okay? I'll give you a little preview of the video right now. I will play for you the audio of the opening of the video. This is the audio of the opening of my Warhammer video, okay? Warhammer, Warhammer, way too much lore. Wait, I gotta get the audio right because it was too quiet. Okay, ready? Warhammer, Warhammer, way... Fuck, why is it not working? Sorry, let me fix this. Okay. Here you go. Ready, go. Warhammer, Warhammer, way too much lore. That guy looks nuts. What is this for? Warhammer, Warhammer, you seem real fun. The problem is I am dumb. So that's the intro and the vibe of the Warhammer video I'm going to be putting out in a nutshell. Does that sound fun? Check it out when it comes out at some point, hopefully this week or next week. Cloak of the Eagle. As an action, once per long rest, this cloak manifests a pair of wings. You gain a fly speed of 60 feet for 30 minutes. I have two thoughts. One of them is nice and one of them is less nice. Should I share both? Chat? I should share both, probably, right? Yeah, I mean, I wasn't even thinking about that. But yes, items don't recharge on a long rest. That's true. But that wasn't even what I was thinking. Okay, so the one thing that I was going to say is that it does mechanically mostly make sense. I wasn't even thinking of the long rest thing, but yeah. There's a fight on my wall. There's a fight happening on my wall. A battle! Wait, you guys should be on the same team. Oh my god, they're really fighting. Wait, you guys should be on the same team. What are you doing? There's 2 spiders fighting on my wall. No, one of them decided it's not worth it and is walking away. Life's hard for spiders. They could have been on the same team. Yeah. The other thing that I was going to say, though, is, and this is maybe the piece of feedback that's a little bit mean, I don't know why this magic item exists. I would argue there's at least 2 other magic items that do basically the exact same thing as this, right? There's the boots of flying. There's the broom of flying. There's probably other stuff. So I think that you accomplished the goal of the challenge in that you made a magic item in 25 words or less. But I would also say next time you should push yourself to make a magic item that does something like legitimately new, you know? And I don't really have more to say about it other than that. Thank you, artists. Oh yeah, it's your required attunement. I mean, it's basically just the boots of speed, or the boots of flying. The boots of flying are also an uncommon item for no logical reason. If you are ever playing D&D with people that let you start the game with uncommon items, I feel like the most common thing to see is you can start with one uncommon item with the parentheses, no boots of flying. No boots of flying, I feel like, is as frequent, if not more frequent, than no silvery barbs, you know? A lot of the items that came out in the OG 2014 handbook, I think, are not super logically balanced by power. Like, rarity is not always the best. And it's because I think a combination of they either didn't have any, like, litmus test to go on because 5e was such a divergence from 4e, or they are items that were, like, historically common, uncommon, rare, whatever, and they kind of wanted to vibe with it and keep it going. Go to bed, demon. We love you. If there's anything I love less than demons, it's a whole lot. I used to date a demon. She was awesome. One of the best girlfriends I ever had. Mr. Eldridge Head, that's me. My DM and I are having trouble figuring out a feature and would love your take on... Is the hold the line feature from the Cavalier Fighter. Hold the... I don't remember what that is. At 10th level, you become a master of locking down your enemies. Creatures provoke opportunity attacks from you when they move 5 feet or more while within your reach. What don't you understand? If you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the target speed. So basically this means that if a creature uses its movement speed... Wait a second. Yeah, so if a creature uses their movement speed to move to within 5 feet of you, or they move around you like in a circle, either one of those allows you to trigger an opportunity attack, and then that opportunity attack knocks them down. No, that does not... I would probably say no, because I would say if it was going to be forced movement, my guess is it would... it's a good question. I would say no. And the main reason why I would say no is that normally opportunity attacks are not triggered by forced movement. And I think because it says when they move, as opposed to like when they enter. Because there's other features that will say like when a creature enters within, and that's not always the same as when they move within. But I'm not sure. If I was a dungeon master and I was doing this, I would probably say it does not work on forced movement. And I would say it probably should not work on forced movement because of the opportunity attack wording here. If you didn't want it to be an opportunity attack, it could say something like, when a creature moved within 5 feet of you or within your reach, you could use your reaction to make a weapon attack against it. Which there are features that are written that way. After. For sure after. Yeah, the attack triggers after 5 feet of movement. Thank you, Alex, for the more clarification. Okay, boom. Let's spin. Let's see if we got anybody new before we spin again. Jormon, did I add you, Jormon? I did. Interesting question, though. It's also kind of just like the sentry or the sentinel feat. So if you had a lance and they closed the distance, you would have disadvantage. Yeah, for sure. I think so. I don't know. Do lances impose disadvantage when you are within 5 feet? I don't think they do, but they might. You gotta look that up if it has to do with. Go look up lances if that's what they say. I've only had a player use a lance in one campaign ever, and it was a player that was very actively trying to power game because of a build they read online, and a lot of them was them getting frustrated with their character not being able to ride their horse while they were inside. That was a lot of my relationship with that player. Poom Awesome is up next. Do I have a favorite system outside of D20? Depends on what your goal is, I think. It depends on what the kind of game is that you want to play. I like the Powered by the Apocalypse system as like a broad mechanic system for facilitating of like a bunch of different games. Like the 2d6 type system. I like that a lot. But yeah, it depends on the type of game you want to play. I don't really have a favorite system. I also don't play that many games. Ring of Poetry. While wearing this ring, you gain proficiency in the performance skill. Okay. 1, 2. Is this a haiku? Is that what's going on here? 1, 2. While wearing this ring, you gain proficiency in the performance skill. Who sent this? You fucking scumbag. Poom Awesome. Look. Sometimes you design a little bite-sized little fun sandwich. It's not the craziest tasting sandwich. It's not the worst tasting sandwich. But it looks like it's but the artistry of it, you know, the design mixed with the taste, it so is what it tastes like that it kind of elevates it to a higher level. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like a bow that somehow is wrapping around itself. That's what this is. It's lovely. No thoughts other than that. It's like a lovely little bow wrapping around itself. Thank you very much. Boom. Bagadu 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 shades. Wraps of orcish physique. While wearing these arm wraps, you can wield weapons that have the two-handed property in one hand. Awesome. Kind of no notes. I think it just works. I think rare is probably a good rarity for it. It's definitely stronger than uncommon. Yeah, that was a feat called Monkey Grip for sure. Milky! How you doing, buddy? Milky says, I don't have anything for stream, but my playgroup started Curse of Strahd today. Fuck yeah, boy! What are you playing in it, Milky? Are you Dungeon Master or player? And if you're a player, what class are you? This implies that orcs can do this normally. I mean, maybe from a flavor perspective, that's true, but I don't know if I care. I think mechanically it's incredibly clear, really effectively and efficiently written, and also going to be really fun for some people. It's one of those abilities, it's one of those things that on paper looks really good, and to a player probably feels really good, but actually is not that crazy powerful. Like, the main power of this is, like, your barbarian can now benefit from dealing from having a shield. Or your fighter can now have a shield. You know, it's like that. It's like I get either +2 AC or 1d8-ish extra damage. Which is not crazy. It's pretty reasonable. But it can stack nicely with other things, right? Like if you are using a magical sword and a magical shield with this, that's a lovely combination. A Warlock Bard, that is a good combo for Curse of Strahd. I played a Warlock Sorcerer when I played Curse of Strahd, and it was a lot of fun. I leaned hard into the Warlock stuff, though. I literally just took a 2-level dip into Warlock so I could get... oh, no, I took a 3-level dip into Warlock because I wanted a Pact Blade, I wanted Eldritch Blast, and I wanted some Invocations. Could you wield a 2-handed weapon in each hand? If you got this magic item and the dual wielder feat, then yes, you could. Which I also think is fine. Because that's you committing a feat on top of a magic item, you know? It's a lot. Dude, Shades, really clean, man. Really clean. Really clean, really sharp. You can dual wield longbows? Don't you need 2 hands to wield a longbow? I don't think this covers that. Oh, it does. You might need to change that to melee. That's true. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. That's kind of logic breaking. I mean, maybe that's fun, right? I'll tell you what. You know what you could do? If you change it from wraps of orcish physique to wraps of many little arms that come out of your regular arms, then I think it could work with the longbow. Because then the flavor is that all these little arms are coming out to help you wield it. As opposed to you just having a good grip. Very fun. Thank you, Shades. Boosh. Anybody new? Yeah. Kaputnik. You guys got great names. What's up, Famine? The lance is heavy reach, 2-handed when not mounted in mastery, topple prone. Does it have a... The thing that we were asking about was if it had something that made it have disadvantage. Like if there was a mechanic baked in that made it have disadvantage on something. I wasn't sure. Bagadoo, 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 ba... Somebody else said there was. Bagadoo, 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 bagadee, bagadai, bagadee. Boom. Aries. They have disadvantage on attacks of things within 5 feet. Gotcha. It's your first time live on the channel? Well, this is a weird one to come in live for, but I'm all here for it. Just be ready for me to tear you up. Hat of Remembrance. Very rare. When you make a history check, you get +1. You have +1 for every 10 years in the past the fact you want to know happened. Okay. I love new people. Aries, I love you. I'm going to teach you a little fun trick now that you're going to start doing for the rest of your life. And it's going to make you grow a lot as a writer. And if you did that little trick when you were writing this, you would have caught it. And that is read your sentences out loud. I'm going to read this out loud, and you're going to immediately hear that it sounds like it's not written well. When you make a history check, you have +1 for every 10 years in the past fact you want to know happened. So, I think what you want this to be like is, when you make a history check, you get to add +1 for every 10 years that have passed since the thing that you're making a history check has happened. That's basically the idea that you're trying to get across. I don't know if I would be able to get that. I don't know if I would be able to get the language for that in 25 words, because I do think it's a little bit of a weird idea. So it might require some finessey language. I might say like this: whenever you make a history check pertaining to an event that has happened more than 10 years ago, you can add +1 to the check for every 10 years that has passed since the event. Period. I think that's how you would write it. I don't know if that's 25 words or less, but that is how you would write it. Now, that's fine. If you like it, keep it. If you don't, whatever. But I'm telling you right now, Aries, I want you to send me homebrew again. I want to see more of your homebrew. This is a very simple but elegant idea. I think it could work well. But I think two things. One, there needs to be a cap. Because in D&D, especially in fantasy games, that you are often making history checks about things that happened hundreds of years ago. So I don't think this should be making you add 10, 15, 22 history checks. I think that's silly and too strong. The other thing is that, especially because as a player, I could just be like making history checks about the beginning of time and automatically succeed on them all day because there's no limit to use. So there needs to be a cap on it. I might also make it be based on a charge mechanic where you can't use it an infinite number of times. So that's like mechanical feedback. But the most important feedback for you, Aries, the most important feedback for you is, for the love of the god of war in that through which you took the namesake, read your sentences out loud before you decide they are done being written. And don't read them out loud in your head. Say them out loud as if you are making a speech. Because you are going to catch sloppy stuff. You're going to catch that sloppy slop-a-dop. And if you want to grow as a writer and you want to be writing in a way where people are like, ooh, as opposed to people being like, ugh, then reading your text out loud and reading it very articulately out loud, like you're making a speech, is a really, really powerful way to highlight where your writing might be kind of jank. But fun idea. And thank you for sharing. Their first time sharing ever. First time live for our buddy Aries. Aries the one first. Good night, Leadwood. You're a champion. We love you. I got an itchy nose. Ugh. I got to text somebody. Who messaged me? Sorry, wait. I need to send one text message. Hey. Is it cool if I... That's a great wait, is this your first homebrew you ever wrote? Aries, legitimately, if this is your first piece of homebrew you've ever written, that's very good. The things that you didn't take account for are things that would make absolutely no sense to ever think about if you hadn't already, like, been making items or been running games regularly. The fact that you've never made a D&D item before this is a pretty clever idea. You should be proud. Like, if you're new to writing in general, and this is actually true for anybody that's watching, if you are new to writing, like if you're coming in fresh, maybe you've only written homebrew for your home games. Maybe you've only done boggledy. You really should never feel bad at all about being corrected on your formatting or the mechanics, because you don't know those yet. Like, the thing that genuinely, I think the only element that you should decide I'm going to be excited for or not is going to be, like, the intention of the item and the vibe, like the explanation of what it does, because you should kind of just go in assuming that your mechanics might be a little fucked and your sentence structure might be a little fucked, especially if you're new to writing. Like, that's just an assumption to make. So don't worry if you need a million corrections for that. The thing to focus more on is does my idea work? Does this idea lead to the games being more fun, more interesting? Does it empower the players while not taking away from the Dungeon Master? Does it allow the Dungeon Master opportunities to explore alternative styles of play or encounters or situations? Like, that's the kind of stuff that really matters in terms of, like, especially if you don't have any knowledge going in, you know? So be proud is what I'm saying. I don't like telling people to be proud that often, because I really don't think we should find our pride in the thing we make when it is in rough draft mode, which is what we're doing on this show. Like, I want you to be proud of your work when it's done. I don't want you to feel like I need to like it, because whenever I look at homebrew, I'm assuming it's rough draft mode still. Even if it's not, that's the show, is like we look at it as if it's a rough draft. So I just want you to be proud of the fact that you're writing. But that's a cool idea. But normally I feel like if you're writing, that's enough to be proud, man. A lot of people don't do that. Okay. Quad Papa. Ooh, is that a quadruple Papa Bear? One sec. Can we make cursed homebrew also? We did a cursed homebrew challenge last week or 2 weeks ago. We do a homebrew challenge every week. So every week, we usually do 2 homebrew streams. One is one where you can send in any homebrew you want, and I basically do a very, very critical review of it. And that's the kind of homebrew review where it's like, I will really go to town on you if you, if it's jank or if it feels like you're not trying. But again, the goal is growth. And then we do one challenge where there's like a weird thing to see if you can try to accomplish it. Sunday is usually the big open forum. Anybody can send anything. And then usually Wednesday or Thursday, depending on my availability, is when the challenge is. I like doing it Thursday so people have more time to work on it. And then sometimes we do more stream. Like this week, we also did a call-in show stream. And I think realistically, there's some games I might want to... Well, whatever, doesn't matter. But yeah, you can do more. Bobble. Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. Pumasum, we did miss yours and we loved it. You missed it, but we loved it. Does that help? Does that make it feel better? Blue guac. Ew, I don't think you're supposed to eat blue guac. I feel like if the guac is blue, that usually means something ain't right. That usually means that guac's a little old. Okay. This is the first time I've seen this. I really thought more of you guys were gonna do this. So the way that this magic item is formatted is they essentially have like the features written bold, bullet point-esque, which depending on what features you want to give, can really save time. I'm surprised this is the first format like that we saw. Here it is in the chat. I'm assuming this is art from a magic card because you said this was based on a magic card, but you should include that here because if people don't see the art, it doesn't feel good. It's a rare item. You can use a bonus action to drop/raise the anchor. This is you cheating. This is shorthand. That's fine, though. Dropped. You cannot be moved. Raised. Your unarmed strikes deal damage. So you're doing something half good, but you are not going all the way. So you created little bullet points to give us the features, but you didn't really write it out mechanically enough. Like, unfortunately, you do still need the language for, like, depending on which mode the anchor is in, you gain a different feature. Like, that needs to be written in there somewhere. Like, it needs to be clear that you are entering, like, a mode, and that mode activates one of these features. Because raised and dropped don't inherently mean anything, and I know that you could be like, well, dropping would be dropped and raised would be raised, and I'll say yes. But again, remember, the goal of these magic items are not to create shorthand magic items where we can infer the mechanics. The goal is to make a magic item that is complete and total within the word limit. And I think that what you've created here is you've created an idea of a magic item, and you wrote it in shorthand. And it's a cool idea for a magic item, but it's missing. And I do think that this format could work, but unfortunately, you're relying too much on the format, and you're still missing some of the key language in making this actually connected in a way a magic item needs to be. But I think it's an interesting idea. Who's the art by, though? Exactly. Yeah, you gotta mark your artist too. I don't know if I have it on the rules of the form, but if maybe I'll put that on the rules of the form, that if you don't have the artist, they just won't read it. Sort of the same way that I just don't do anything with AI art anymore. But I think it's cool. This is gonna be crazy powerful on a monk. But yeah. I do think that the ball is dropped when we go from the idea to the execution a little bit. Thank you very much, Blue Guac. Really fun idea. Yeah, you need a default or a starting mode too. Yeah. There's a lot of implied mechanics there that might work totally well at a home game, but that ain't the goal tonight, kids. Thank you very much for sharing. Ooh, the Great 202 has joined us. I didn't even know they were here. What happened to the Great 201? Where are they at? Where my 201s at? Knock, knock. Who's there? Bucket a 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 bucket. Pasta. Ooh, pasta. I actually know what your item is because we were talking about it in the Discord. Fun fact, if you're a member on YouTube or a sub on Twitch or a patron on Patreon, you get access to the member section of the Discord where I hang out with you. I don't hang out a million, but I definitely, that's the part of the Discord I check outside of like making sure people aren't like being racist. All right, Pasta, what do you got for us? We were talking about, actually, to be fair, I helped Pasta with the wording of this item. So I already kind of know what we're getting into here. This is a legendary item called the Monkey's Paw. This decayed hand has 5 charges. You can cast Wish by expending a charge. Roll 1d4. On a 3 or lower, the spell fails. It's not cheating. You can, dude, it's not cheating. Pasta did not say, Cinder, did I word this well? Pasta was talking in the lounge chat, the general chat of the member section of the Discord, and they said, hey guys, like, let's look at my item, or is the wording right? Or people in the chat were just talking about their 5-word items, and I was just giving my thoughts. It's not cheating, man. If anything, it's just offering a little bit of support to those that want to offer a little support to me. Anyway, I think this is great. I don't really have a lot of thoughts about it mechanically, other than it being great. There is an argument I think you could be made that if you wanted this to be worded properly, like really properly, you would probably want to say you can expend as an action, you can expend a charge to cast the Wish spell. it is not worded that way because they're trying to hit the word count. But I also think that the way that it's worded is mechanically clear. I think because it's when you look at the spell Wish, it denotes in the spell that it's an action to cast. And I think that that is a workaround that does make it work. But I also just love what this item does. It's a one-time use item. Well, not one-time use. It's a 5-time use item. And it allows you to cast spell. I mean, not spell. It allows you to cast Wish, the most powerful spell in the game. But there's only with only a 25% chance of it actually working. Do you know what I mean? So it's like every time you use it, it could be like dramatically game-changing, but it probably won't work. And you can only take that risk 5 times. I think it's great. Like, there's not a lot of items that allow you to cast the spell Wish that I would very comfortably throw into my D&D game. Like, very few. This is one that I would. I think this is a very reasonable magic item. And it's pretty cool to have an item that essentially allows you to cast the most powerful spell in the game, a spell that is largely defined by being somewhat open-ended in its potential power, and having that item feel reasonable. That's pretty cool. You know? Yeah, Pasta. I think that there's a couple things. Like, if you sent me the item, if you sent this item exactly the way it's written to me on a normal homebrew review night, I would probably have some stuff to say about the way it's written, because it is clear that all the information is here, but you're trying to get the word count. And if you're not limited to that 25 words and you want to keep it this simple, you could do a lot to make it much better and still have it just be like 30 words. My only objection is, do you word your wish before or after rolling the die? That's a great question. I would say the way that it's worded would make me feel like you rolled the die after, but I do think that, again, if they decide to make this item longer, which I think Pasta is, that's a easy fix. But I really like this item. Like, not even for the contest. Like, contest aside, I think this is a really, really fun legendary item, because it's going to take the players on a fucking roller coaster. Like, this is how this item is going to work. Someone's going to read it and they're going to go like, oh my god, and they're going to be like, oh. And then they're going to be panicked every time they use it. Because at first it's like, you cast Wish 5 times. It's like, yeah, but when you actually look at it and you actually do the math here, it's like pretty likely that it's going to fail. So it's like really powerful, but kind of meh. But every single time you use it, oh my god, the anxiety. I really like it. Thank you, Pasta. The biggest thing I want to add is so each wish has to be a different thing. So if you fail one wish, that wish is done and you can't reattempt. Yes, I think that's great. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's yeah, because that's a thing that people would totally try to do. That's good thinking. What would like it more if it's on a 2 or a 3? The spell turns wacky. You could do something like that too. Like, yeah, you could put in language for that too if you wanted to. I think again, it just comes down to like, I wouldn't want it to be too punishing though. Like, I sort of feel like it failing is almost enough of a punishment. So I wouldn't want, if it was like, if it had like a mid version, I would probably want it to be like, I would probably put language in there where it's like, the spell succeeds, but in a way that is, but in an unexpected way that leads to trouble. Like, I would put language in there like that. Bagadoo, 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 bagadoo. Who's next? Brent, formerly Beant. Ah, you know, we all change, we all grow. I've never changed. That's not true. I've changed at least twice. How do I pronounce that word? Shill? Is this like a shill? Is this a weird way of saying... Oh, shizzle. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. This is a shizzle. Oh, it's a dagger, too. It's a dagger that looks like a screwdriver. You can sense all wooden objects within 60 feet, even behind cover, and can target them with spells as though you have line of sight. What? Okay, I have some thoughts. Thought number one. Technically, this works. This looks like it's under 25 words. All the mechanics are incredibly clear. I have a bigger question, though. Which is why? Like, what and why? What is... I don't understand. I don't understand why it's called the shizzle. I don't understand why it's targeting wood. I don't understand why it's sensing wood. I don't get it. I don't know. My brain... Like, you might as well call it Francis. It feels so random, but it also works. It's definitely not an uncommon item, though. I think it's closer to a rare, at least, because being able to target objects with spells through cover is huge. If I was gonna make this a more than 25 word item, you would want to put clarity as to how much knowledge you get about the wooden objects. Like, you'll notice in any abilities like Primeval Awareness, Divine Sense, any of that kind of stuff, it clarifies how much information you get about it. Like, you know what type of creature it is, but not how big, or you know where it is, but you know, so like I would say, like, you might know like the location, but not what they are, or how much space they take up, or anything like that. And I just don't understand. The only other thing that I would say is that this is not that powerful. This is very medium powerful. And I'll tell you why it's medium powerful. Because you really can't cast that many spells using this. You really can't. And I'll tell you why. Literally the only spells you could use using this feature, there's only one type of spell. Oh, it's a chisel, not a shizzle. Oh, I see. I am so dumb. This is not going to work as well as I think you think it's going to work, unfortunately, because there's so many spells that you cannot use this with. The only spells that you can actively use this with, you can't use Fireball with this spell. You can't cast Fireball with this spell. I'll show you why. I understand why you think you could. Because Fireball can ignite flammable stuff. Right? So, a point you choose within range. I don't think that bypasses this. Still doesn't go through the cover at all. So it will not do anything. It'll still hit whatever the building is. It'll still hit the thing on the side. The only spell that I can think of off the top of my head that this will function with at all is Firebolt. Yeah, exactly, Eric. Because the way this is worded, the only spells that you could actually cast targeting the wood would be objects that specifically can be spells that can specifically target objects. Spells in D&D work exactly as they do. So you can either target a point you can see, a creature, or an object most of the time. This is not a point you can see, so you can't use any spells with it on that. This is not a creature, so you can't use any spells with it on that. It's an object. So you could only spells that very specifically say you can target an object, which is basically the cantrip Firebolt and not much else. Can mage hands move through cover? I don't think they can. I don't think mage hands can move through cover. This does not make the spell avoid cover at all. It just makes it as if you had line of sight of the thing. That's it. So you can see it. But that doesn't bypass cover. Unless if it's intended to, that would need to be written there. One second. Un momento, por favor. Okay. Done. Sorry. Create bonfire can't target objects, can it? Yeah. No. It can target the ground. The ground is not wood. But I like the idea. I think realistically, Brent, if you want this thing to work, there's a lot of mechanical clarification you need in terms of what it actually means to target them with spells as if you have line of sight. I'm not sure how much that's supposed to bend the rules and in what directions. Wooden floor? Wooden floor is not the ground, my guy. That's a wooden floor. And I would say for the purposes of this specific spell, I wouldn't treat it as the ground. I would treat it as a piece of wood. Maybe you could target a wooden floorboard, but that's not the ground. That's a wooden floorboard, you know? And you might say they're the same thing. Not for the purposes of this magic item, they're not. Because you're not sensing the ground, you're sensing the piece of wood. I think Create Bonfire can work potentially in a building if you are in that building and you can see the collective ground. But you have to keep in mind, this is not giving you vision of the space. It's not giving you the concept of ground. It's giving you literally... Here's the difference. The difference is... It's the difference between, like, you popping in with an eyeball and seeing the room, or you being sent a list of photographs of individual pieces of wood with a black background. Does that make sense? That's the difference. But I think the whole argument is more of just a point where if Brent wants to keep working on this item, they should clarify what the language of this is supposed to mean. All right, thank you, Brent. Kaboosh. Excuse me. I think you have to weigh how magic works with how the mechanics work. Oh, 100%. And I think that in general, if your goal is to be clear and make the magic item work, you need to be really precise with that. And I think that the hard part about the short magic items is you just don't have the words to be super precise, which is why some ideas might be great ideas, but might be a little too nuanced or complicated for a 25-word magic item. You know? Stream will continue until I decide I don't want to do it anymore. I'm not exactly sure. We're probably going to go... I don't think we're actually going to get through all the items because we're not going through them. We're not reading one every 30 seconds. So we'll see. We'll see where the energy's at. The best way to make me keep streaming is to start throwing money at me. But don't do that unless you have money you can afford to throw at me. And don't do that if you don't want to. But I will be streaming probably for at least another 15 minutes, but maybe up to another 2 hours. Somewhere between 15 minutes and 2 hours, give or take. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Kaputnik. Let's see what this is. Well, this song is hectic. I don't have a P.O. box. I tried to get a P.O. box. They're kind of expensive to get in my city. I couldn't afford it. Which is kind of surprising. I was like, this doesn't make sense. I should be able to get one, but... maybe I wasn't looking in the right spots, but I couldn't... The only one I could find that felt like reasonable, it was like more than $50 a month. It was like it was like between 70 and 100 or more. It was a lot. It was stupid. It was the kind of thing where it's like, oh, I don't need this that badly. Pendant of First Impressions. What if at the end you just went through all the remaining submissions like how you did while waiting for the wheel? I don't think that will be respectful, so I don't really want to.
You may use these bits to substitute any use of the word may in what you read for can. Recharges 3 times per day, daily.
Dude, I need 3 of that magic item stat, Burger. I need 3 of that magic item stat. Pendant of First Impressions. The second reason why I'm not going to speed through them at the end is because I don't think it'll be entertaining. I think it'll just be me yelling all of them with you hoping that yours will be one of the ones that I yell. And I don't think it'll keep viewers. I don't think it'll be fun. I think it'll be lame. You love me? You love me platonically?
Love you platonically and respectfully.
Oh, I love you platonically and respectfully. Thank you very much. The first charisma check... okay, let me read this thing. Pendant of First Impressions. The first charisma check you make against an indifferent creature is at advantage. This is written in the passive voice, and you should write it in the active voice. And the way that you would do that, you would say, the first time you make a charisma check against a indifferent creature, it is made, you make it at advantage. That's the way. You want to put the action, the subject and the action, smash them together more. And that like, don't write, like, this is technically a correct sentence, but this is the perfect example of, like, you went to school in the United States and you probably got decent grades on your essays, and you got taught to write in this passive voice that if you want to be a creative writer, you got to stop writing in. It's a great voice when you need to hit a word count, and it's a terrible voice when you want to create passion. The point of passive voice is to disassociate. You don't want to disassociate when you're writing anything outside of a political speech where you're apologizing. So put you in the action. Any subsequent charisma checks you make... yeah, see, you found it in the second sentence. Any subsequent charisma checks you make against the creature are at disadvantage. This is a pretty bad item. Not poorly designed, but just bad. No, this is much worse than the Friends cantrip. The Friends cantrip makes a creature angry at you. There's a million ways you can get out of a creature being angry at you. This means that after you make one charisma check against a creature, every charisma check you make against that creature again for the rest of the game is done at disadvantage. That's pretty bad. Do you know what I mean? No, indifference fine. Indifference fine. You could say neutral, I guess, or non-hostile if you really wanted to. But I think the phrase indifferent comes up in this calm emotion spell. So there's precedent for it. The thing about language in D&D is if there's precedent for it, you can make an argument for it being reasonable. I think the only time that doesn't work super well is if the only time you can find it in is like a very specific weird exception, or it's something that is like serving a completely separate purpose and kind of exists in a very different vibe. I would maybe just cut out the second sentence, right? I don't think it needs the downside. The first charisma check you make against the creature, you make with advantage. Done. And then for the rest of the words, you could just write poopy, poopy, fart, 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 poopy, poopy, fart, 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 poopy, poopy, fart, 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 poopy, poopy, fart, fart, fart. Which is exactly the amount of words needed to fill it up to 25. Thank you, Kaputnik. Fun idea. I think if anything, just tone it down a little bit, my guy. Raymond Williams. I said your name so wrong. I said your name so wrong twice. I hope that you don't mind. Kaboosh. Also, folks, if you sent in some 25-word homebrew, or you want to see other people's 25-word homebrew, share it in the Discord. We have a section in our Discord called Peer Review. You can share it there. Maybe I should make a separate section for sharing there. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to do that right now. Okay, I just made a new section in the writing homebrew section of the Discord called Homebrew Challenge. Boom. Done. What's your Discord? Click the link in the video description. You'll get it. If you don't have Discord, that's fine. You don't need it. If you want to participate in Discord, you can download it. It's like an app. In the same way that you don't need YouTube or TikTok or Instagram. It's just like one of those things. But it's also a fun communication app, and if you are somebody that is a member of my stream in any way, you get some benefits of like little community stuff and, you know, whatever. Check it out. It's a communication app. It's like Slack, but mostly for gamers. Oh, we got a robot in that chat. We got a robot in the house. Bagadu 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 bagadu. You could post it whatever you want. Question / robot. Whatever you want. Oh, post the links in the submission form. If you're sharing in the Discord, post whatever you want. Dinesh. But yeah, I still want links because I keep all the Excel sheet stuff in a separate, not public window, because sometimes people try to send me TOS stuff or just hate speech, and I don't want that to appear on stream. I'd rather just delete it privately and then go to their houses and kill their pets. It's a fun, no, I'm just kidding. I don't do that. That was a joke. Okay. Let's see here. We got the Ring of Wa. Ooh. How do you add links? There is a form in the video description, Caden. There's a form that you fill out. And it is a video, it's in the video description. You fill out that form. You put a link in it. Lincoln Park. I love the Wa. If I could be anything in Warhammer, I wouldn't be in Warhammer. But if I had to be in Warhammer, I don't think there's any logical answer to what you should be if not an orc. I genuinely think if you decide to be anything in Warhammer other than an orc, you're going to be traumatized probably and have a really horrible, miserable existence. Maybe some of the like Dark Eldar, but I don't want to be that evil. And orcs are just having fun. Show you the Nicholas Tesla gun from Warhammer? Sure. It's called the Elder Skull of Nikola, I think. There you go. Oh, Skull of Elder Nikola. Here you go. It's a relic. It doesn't look that exciting. But there you go. Boom. Can he read what we're saying? No. I wish I could. I don't think being a Tyranid would be really fun, though. Because by proxy, if you were a Tyranid, you would legitimately lose all personality, right? Like, you would lose yourself. You would just be part of the swarm. Maybe, if by picking the Tyranids, you got to be the hive mind. Like, you were the whole hive. Like, you were the top of the brain. You were the collective consciousness tied together. Anyway, bye. All right, see you later, buddy. How much does what cost? I have no idea what you're talking about. 30. It costs 30 ruple. I think then it would be fun. Being a Necron, being a Necron, it really depends on what Necron you're going to be. Most of the Necron... See, this is something I'm learning. I'm learning about Warhammer. The Necrons are only having fun if they're the leaders. Most of the Necron are like mindless zombies in husks. And the only Necrons that are like sentient in a way where they're not kind of just like robot zombies are like the head honcho ones. Most of the Necrons are just sort of like mindless soldiers now. See, not exactly the same as like the Tyranids. They're not like a hive mind, but they're very, very, they're very like empty. They don't have consciousness in the same way. I think being one of the head honcho Necrons is unquestionably one of the best things to be, but that's a hard pick. Like, I think the likelihood of you becoming one of those if you picked Necrons would be low, because there's a lot of the little peons. Oh, thank you. Ring of Wa. +1 to attack and damage rolls is an incomplete sentence. Your mind is now linked to the Orc Psychic Collective Wa. You are unaware of this. Who made this? Dinish. I'm going to be honest, man. I love you. I love that you found some art. I love that you made the art. That's amazing. The art is the best part. But if I'm going to be completely honest here, I think you kind of missed the point of the... I think you kind of missed the point of the assignment. The only part of this item that does anything mechanically is you're getting +1 to attack and damage rolls. And that part is not written properly. This part, while very fun and funny, does nothing mechanically. So, I think your heart is in the right place. But what I would say is you don't want to... You should aspire for the item to still do cool stuff and to still be unique. Like, this is just a +1 weapon. That's not, you know, a ring of +1. So, a ring of +1 isn't a homebrew item, right? Like, that's just reflavoring something that already exists. So, fun idea, amazing art. You should be very proud of the art, for sure. But I would say next time you make something, give it real unique mechanics as opposed to just taking the mechanics of one of the most basic magic items in the game and tying flavor into it. Because then you don't need to build that, right? That's just to say you made it. Like, I don't need to show anybody my reflavored +1 magic item because it's just a +1 magic item. It doesn't need to do anything else. So I would either try to make it do something unique mechanically, or don't even worry about having to make it. But my God, make more art. This is a really good art, dude. Be proud of this art. The art is the strongest part here by far. Thank you very much, Dinesh. Thank you, thank you. What is the best Warhammer crew to be a peon of? Probably the Tau. Like, if you have to be the bottom of the barrel, you probably want to be with the cult aliens, right? They're not going to, like, torture you. You're probably still going to have to be basically do whatever they say, but you'll get, like, a pretty environment to do it in until you get killed by the inevitable monsters of the universe. Alrighty. Anybody new? No. Bucket, 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 Rico the Warlord. Ooh. You know, I've had some dealings with warlords before. I find that a warlord's competency is often directly, like, in opposition to their, like, presentation. Not presentation, what's it called when you, like, show off too much? That starts with an F. So word that starts with an F, that's for when you show off too much. Flaunting. The more a warlord flaunts, I think the less quality warlord they are. The best warlords are low-key and very humble. No, not flamboyance, although it's a similar vibe of extravagance, but it's not so much about the specificity of the style so much as being very big about putting the style first and foremost. Like, if your warlord is driving around in anything gold-plated, they're not a fun warlord. Let's see what Rico's got for us today. Rico! Sharpshooter's Monocle. This item allows the wearer to re-roll failed ranged weapon attacks 3 times per day and increases critical range of ranged attacks by 2. I think this is really not ideally worded at all. So magic items, if you want to write a magic item that lets you re-roll a roll, there's a lot of different ones that do that, and they usually specify that language. You'd say, like, when you fail an attack roll with a ranged weapon, you can re-roll the attack. This is okay the way that it's written, but it's not great. The fact that it's all one sentence really doesn't do it any quality at all. But another big thing is what this is where it fails entirely. Increasing the critical range of ranged attack rolls by 2 literally means nothing. Does that mean that this thing scores a critical hit from a 18 to a 20? Or does that mean that there's something else that's going? Like, I don't know what this means. So I would say the concept of this idea that 3 times per day you can re-roll a failed attack roll and that your crit range is increased is a very powerful item. Probably too powerful. I don't like crit ranges increasing in general. The crit range should definitely not be increased that much. That's crazy. But also, if you're going to make a crit range increase, you got to get the language right. So, I mean, listen, ranged players are going to like this weapon. I don't like a crit range increasing in general. That's just my opinion. I think it's not a good move. I would almost never encourage doing it. But if you're going to do it, whatever. I wouldn't make it increase by this much. And if you're going to do crit range increases, you got to get the language right. This makes it pretty unclear. Pretty unclear. Would be more than 25 words? Well, newsflash, Whipple. If your idea takes more than 25 words to say, maybe that's not the right idea for this homebrew challenge. That's part of the challenge, you goof. So just because it would need to be more than 25 words doesn't mean, just because what I'm saying would be more than 25 words doesn't mean that's not something I should listen to. I also, for the record, think that Rico the Warlord could get this to do all of those things in 25 words or less. I don't think those ideas are limited to more than 25 words. But if you were like, well, they couldn't do that because it's not limited to 25 words, then that's the same that they should pick another thing. If you can't think you could do an idea in 25 words, then pick another idea, my guy. You wouldn't want to say in crits on 18 either, because that is not doing, then that's doing something different. That would mean the magic item would score a critical hit on a 20 or an 18. So there might be too many ideas in here, or the ideas in here might require specific language that would limit this from being able to be a 25-word homebrew piece. Unclear. But overall, very powerful item. Not an item I would use in my game, but if you are the type of dungeon master that likes kind of letting your players go bananas with power and letting the numbers get so high it gets kind of meaningless, then I think doing stuff like magic items that can dramatically increase crit ranges can work fine. But I don't like using them in my games. It's an old idea that I hadn't had time to refine. Felt was missing something, so this helped with an outside perspective. Yeah, sure, man. I mean, it's a really straightforward idea. I don't think it's like... I think the idea is really solid. I think that the only thing that I don't like about it is very personal, which is I really dislike items that increase crit ranges. You know, just make the language right. But anyway, fun idea. I'm sure a lot of people would absolutely love it. Write it properly. If you can't get it to be written properly in 25 words or less, don't worry about it because the contest is over. Now you can just make it whatever you want. Crits on 18 through 20 is also not a complete sentence. I'm not saying any of this wouldn't work, but if you're trying to give examples of how they could make it work while following the rules are it needs to be complete sentences. Anyway, Rico. Really fun item. Thank you for sharing. I can see a lot of archers really digging into it. Digging in deep. But not champion archers, because they already get a crit range increased. Actually, probably the folks that would really want that one would be rogues, because their crit range increasing is strong. Constraints really help make fun ideas. Yeah, for sure. Well, it also helps because as much as I love you guys, so many homebrewers really don't understand how bad their homebrew gets by them overcomplicating it. Like, some homebrewers spend such little time thinking about the most efficient way to get an idea across that they sort of accidentally ruin their own homebrew by overcomplicating stuff or making it too wordy or making it have too many features. And it gets to this position where, like, it's not good. And, like, unquestionably, it's not good. Like, unusably not good. But buried inside it is an amazing idea. Like, that is so common. And most of the time, it's because people are not thinking about it in terms of constraints. They're thinking about it into, like, as terms of, I have open-ended, I can say the idea however I want, so I'm not worrying about saying it super clearly. So when we put in these big time constraints or these big word count constraints, in addition to it just being a fun way to try to think about, like, ooh, what mechanics can we fit in there? Like, what's the vibe we can make this be? They're going to be much better written a lot of the time and much clearer a lot of the time because people aren't wasting their words trying to figure out 13 different steps to getting to the end goal of you can cast an extra spell a couple times a day. You know what I mean? Like, the amount of times people waste words trying to, like, build a weird upside downside system and then other features that sort of balance it out, but the end goal of those systems of you're spending your hit die and you're getting charges and that you're healing on attacks, and it all just sort of boils down to, like, you do a little bit of extra damage every turn. Like, it's a silly game, you know what I mean? Bagadu 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 bagadu. Burger Pal, Burger Pal. Some people call them burger. Some people call them pal. Some people call them ice cream. Some people call them Hal. Ring. No, not ring. Oh my god. Potion of the monoglot. Does monoglot mean you only speak one language? I think so. When you drink this potion, you learn one language you've heard, but forget all others for 10 minutes. Ooh. I like this a lot. I think this needs one piece. There's one piece that feels like it's missing, and I'm not sure if this is a word count thing or not, so you might not have it for word count purposes, but if you do decide you want to keep this item, I think you need to add a tiny bit to it. I'm curious if chat knows where the tiny bit is. I'll point it out in like 14 seconds. I'll count. 1, 2, 3. Yes, when you heard it, Burger Pal. Yeah. So one language you've heard within the last week. One language you've heard within the last month. One language you've heard within the past year. Whatever. And then obviously, yeah, one language of your choice, for sure. But I really like this. This is very fun. This is a great item. This is an item that is going to be very useful. And in the same time that it's going to be useful, it's going to always lead to comedy. Which is amazing. Madaloon? Madaloon? What are you doing here? How are you guys doing? Hi. Hi, Maddie. How was your stream? What'd you do? Wait, let me shout you out. Guys, Madaloon is one of those streamers that needs more people watching her shows. There's not a lot of... Wait, I did it wrong. There's not a lot of actual play D&D that is fun to watch. Mad's show is actually fun to watch. So you guys should go watch it. Also, hi, we're reviewing Homebrew. The game today is reviewing 25-word magic items. There are 2 rules that we must abide by when we are creating these magic items. Number 1, they have to mechanically... No. Number 1, they have to be 25 words. I guess 3 rules. Number 2, they have to mechanically function. And number 3... No, that's part of the fucking sentencing. Number 1, they have to be 25 words or less. Number 2, they have to mechanically function and use proper grammar syntax of D&D language. So no short form, no shorthand, no bullet, no rough drafts. The entirety of the magic item, mechanics, flavor, all of it, 25 words or less. How often are these streams? I do a challenge stream at least once a week, usually every Thursday and sometimes Wednesday. And then I do more of a general homebrew stream on on Sundays. And then on the other days I still haven't figured out what I do regularly, so it's going to be different kind of every time, or I'm going to be working on other shit. Anyway, I like this a lot, dude. I think this is great. I think this is really fun. I think the thing that I said before Mad got here, and I do want to just underline because it's part of, I think, what makes this item in particular work so well, is that it is almost impossible for this item to be useful in a way that is also not kind of silly. Like, this item lends itself to fun roleplay and like funny roleplay, which is just amazing. I really like it. All right, cool. Thank you, Burger Pal. I know you make a smiley laugh, but it's genuinely good design. Woo! You know, it's not. It's like Because anybody can make a magic sword that does cold damage and can slow creatures down. You know, anybody can make a magic amulet that lets you turn into a dragon. And there's so many things, right? You can figure out making mechanics of a thing function and for them to do what they're supposed to do fairly straightforwardly. Like, that's not the hard part of homebrew. The hard part of homebrew is when you are when you're not just designing a feature, but you are designing it thinking about the implications that that feature is going to have literally at the table. You know, that's hard. That's where it gets a little bit more meta in the design, but that design space is like, that's when you start going from just random jabroni sitting in your room scribbling on the wall to pretty cool jabroni making some cool stuff. You'd Big Nine, even if it's fine, if you've, I mean, maybe it's fine if you've heard the language before, but you need more clarity of words there if you want that, like, it's not a well-written sentence if you don't have that timer in there too. It's like it doesn't read well. It feels awkward. It doesn't feel good in the mouth or the brain. So even if technically you could say any language you've ever heard, you still need that ever. You need something in there. The sentence is just off. Which is, like, reasonable for a 25 words challenge. That's not unreasonable. But aside from the mechanical reason of wanting to put that timer on there, it will make it sound better. Which is, a lot of the time, as important as getting the mechanics right. Less so for somebody to understand your homebrew, but very much so for somebody to want to read your homebrew. Or to want to read your homebrew more than once. Like, if somebody reads your homebrew and it reads very smoothly, and the process of reading it, whether they like the mechanics or not, if the process of reading it is satisfying, they are much, much, much more likely to read your homebrew again later. Regardless of whether or not they agree with the mechanics. Like, they might think the mechanics aren't that interesting or that it's not particularly flavorful in a way that they like. But if you write it well, if you make reading it feel good, that's going to make them remember you as a writer. Mechanics really only get you so far, because it's like, if the mechanics are the cake of your... Think about it like this. The mechanics are like the cake, okay? The flavor and the writing style is the icing and the frosting. The problem is, this is one of those, like, many layered cakes. So it's very, very hard to get a bite without getting the frosting. Like, if you want to eat just the cake and not the frosting, it's a lot of work. And a lot of people aren't going to do that work. So you want the icing to be just as good as the cake. That's a weird metaphor, but I also think it's kind of perfect. I'm getting so good at that noise. If it isn't, oh, it's Zordon. Dude, I am sorry about what happened to the Rangers. I did not realize they were just teenagers under those suits. I promise I'll go easier on the next batch you send. All right, let's see what you got for us. Get ready for bed, Rico. But listen, I'm glad you came to hang out. Come by next time. We do these streams fairly regularly. At the very... I hate when pieces are formatted like this. We stream every Sunday and usually a couple other days of the week. Come back. Come back. Don't leave us. Don't leave me, Rico. This part... I don't know if you guys ever use microphones, but this thing, which is like the plosive guard... What's amazing about it, I don't know what the material is, whatever microphone head material is, but I'll wash this thing sometimes because, like, it just gets gross. I'm, like, spitting on it all the time. So I'll, like, wash it every week or so. And when I'm done washing it, it smells like a shoe store. Every time. It smells so nice. I don't know how it gets that smell back, though, every time. Okay. Ring of the Night Sky. While worn... Again, this passive voice. I fucking hate passive voice. Stop writing in passive voice. Zordon, don't write in passive voice. Come on, you're a big floating head in a tube. You're better than that. You're giving us floating heads a bad name, writing in passive voice. That's the fresh rubber smell. Ah, okay. I mean, shoe stores usually smell like rubber and leather, so that's what that is. That makes sense. You've seen creators offered money for those? Listen, I don't think I'm the kind of... If any of you... Listen, I am not one to shame myself. I am not one to put myself down. I will just say that if any of my audience are watching me for the same reason that those guys are watching those streamers, I would be shocked. That would be surprising to me. Okay, when worn in the open night sky, the ring grants dark vision up to 120 feet and allows the casting of fairy fire once per night. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff here that's interesting. There's a lot of stuff here that is completely a failure. Completely a failure. Not a failure as an idea. Not a failure as a, you went for it. Be proud that you tried. But let's talk about what we're doing here. First of all, this is written in the passive voice. That's terrible. Don't ever do that. While wearing this ring, when you are under an open night sky, you need something like that. It's about you. We need to put the actor in the sentence. There is no actor here. There is no person wearing the ring. The ring is just being worn. That's distant, passive bullshit, nothing. Put an actor. We need a subject in the story. So, that's a general writing thing. So, while wearing the ring under an open sky, you gain dark vision to a range of 120 feet, and you can cast fairy fire. What does once per night mean? So you need to clarify that you gain the ability back the next night. So once per night is kind of... That's not the way mechanics are written at all. The other thing is that if you are casting the spell Fairy Fire, what is the saving throw? So whenever you have a magic item that gives access to a spell, you need to include what the saving throw or the attack roll of that spell is, if it includes either of those. So because you've decided to give this thing a spell that requires a saving throw, that also means you got to figure out how to get enough words that you can do all the mechanics of a saving throw in here. But yeah, interesting idea. Listen, having a magic item that lets you see in the dark and cast Fairy Fire sounds pretty reasonable. I'd probably make it require attunement, and I'd probably make it uncommon. But yeah, mechanically, I think this sort of stumbles, and I think it also sort of stumbles in being written in a sort of passive, distant voice that doesn't really fit the vibe of D&D mechanics. Everything is dark vision? A lot of stuff is dark vision. Yeah, that's true. Anyway, who sent this? Zordon, thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. I love when I see comments that are clearly from something that was said in the conversation like 20 minutes ago, but the person is just like a little bit farther behind in the chat. But I still remember what it's a reference to. On YouTube, every now and then on YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, you should click the little button that says live, like the word that says live in the play feed, and it'll bring you back to live if you care about being live. You sort of, I feel like people like fall behind. They end up being like minutes behind. Burger Pal, I feel like that joke hurt my brain. I feel like I almost took psychic damage. Excuse me. Not in a bad way, though. In a sensual way. Ew. Buggada, 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 buggada. Oh, that burp didn't come out right. That burp like went into my belly button. I went into it. King Grasha. Burps can't go into belly button, Cinder. That's not how they work. Oh. Amulet of False Life. I'm not going to read this second version, which definitely is more than 25 words. I'm only going to read the top one. Don't be mad at me. Life is life. Amulet of False Life. While wearing this amulet once per day. This is so... Don't ever write like this. Stop it. You know why it's funny? If you put once per day first, it reads so much better. Once per day while wearing this amulet. Doesn't that sound so much better? When you gain temporary HP, you can add it to your current temporary HP. Oh, that's kind of fun. So basically, once per day, you can make your temporary HP stack. So again, this sort of falls into the same issue as the other one. There's mechanics that are missing here. There's clarification of language. Once per day doesn't work. You need to know, when does it recharge? So at the end of a long, like when do you get the ability back? Does it have at dawn, midnight? So once per day doesn't mean anything. This is an untrackable. Why is it untrackable? Well, what determines when it recharges? So if I use it at 3 p.m. today, does that mean I can't use it at 9 in the morning the next day because it's within the 24 hours? So, you know, again, get your language proper. We need times of days for recharge. But I think the core concept is fun. I think that's a very interesting magic item. Magic items don't recharge on a long rest either, so you would want it to be once per day. Long rests are... The only things that recharge on a long rest or a short rest are intrinsic character abilities, things that you either get from your class, subclass, or feats. Magic items, or things that come from outside sources, all recharge at specific times of days or under specific circumstances that are separate from character abilities. But the idea of a magic item that lets you stack temp HP once per day is fun. I'm sure there's ways that people could get real fucking janky with it, but I think it would mostly be fine. Honestly, the biggest issue with it would be, I'm not sure what features give you the most temporary HP, but if you could pair them with Armor of Agatha, your Armor of Agathis use in trebles. That's when you get to OP power. I can't think of any other circumstance where getting a shit ton of temporary HP for a little bit would be too much. But Armor of Agathis plus more temporary HP could be a lot. But still, I think it'd be fun. Fun idea, get your mechanics written properly, and I love you. I think it's one of those situational items, but the situations where it comes up are gonna be really fun. Does it work with druids? Druids don't get temporary HP. You might be talking about druids. Do druids in the 2024 rules get temporary HP when they're wild shape? It would work with the Spore Druid's ability to get temporary HP, but it wouldn't work with wild shape. But it also, I think the way that it's worded, King Crusher, correct me if I'm wrong, is it's only a single instant of it. So, like, if, for example, you're like a Twilight Druid, where you're giving temporary HP each turn, it would still only work one time. Oh yeah, we're not going by 2024 rules. So, if you made your thing for the 2024 rules, I will not be able to be super informative about it, and I will give it feedback as if it's for the 2014 rules. I do think that probably starting in a week or two, I will be open to taking homebrew from the 2024 rule set, but I'm gonna need you to clarify that it's for that in the thing, and you are just gonna have to accept the fact that I'm not super good at the 2024 rules yet, so some of my feedback might not be as helpful or as intensive. Twilight Cleric, excuse me, not Twilight Druid. You know what I mean. Or Star Druid, whatever the fuck. Whatever the one is that does temporary hit points. One of them gives temporary hit points. Are you reading through the book, or are we going to look at it on stream? I got a copy of the book finally, so I've just been sort of reading it, but I'm taking my time. I think what we're going to end up doing a lot of the time is we're going to go slow through homebrew. That's 24 homebrew. So like if, for example, if somebody sends me like a bard for the 2024 rules, I'm probably going to spend as much time looking at the rules of the 2024 bard as I am your homebrew. So that might be, you might like that, you might not like that. Or at the end of the day, there might be certain pieces of homebrew. Like if you're making a magic item for the new rules, like I haven't seen any magic items yet, so I'm probably not going to review those. I'll probably be like, we haven't seen any of those yet. Same with monsters. Like I probably will just look at subclass. Like I only want to look at stuff that I've seen of. Because if I don't know if I haven't looked at enough monster stat blocks or any magic items or anything, then how can I can't give super good feedback, you know? I mean, I guess I'll accept them, but I'll just be like, I don't fucking know. Like, you'll have to accept my reviews will not be as good, and I will not feel bad kind of rushing through them a little bit. That'll probably be it, because no one's going to pay attention. They're just going to do whatever the fuck. Y'all are terrible at following rules or reading instructions. I love you, but it's true. So, yeah, I think probably whenever I make the announcement that I'm going to accept 2024 stuff, I'll basically deep dive reasonably the things that I have resources to deep dive, and the things that I don't have resources to deep dive, I'll go like, I don't know, it's a neat idea. Next. Bo skips. What music are we listening to? Oh, fantasy music. All right, that's fine. We can stick there. What's up, Skips? Skips to my loo. See, I don't know what the new enameled items even means. If they are talked about in the player's handbook, I haven't gotten to them yet. If they're talked about in anything else, I don't have anything else. Skips! You silly fucking dingle-dongle. What are we doing here, Skips? This is not your first rodeo, my guy. You have been on my show before. It's one thing to watch somebody stumble. It's hard to watch them stumble after they've been a part of the crew for a hot sec. Come on, Skips. All right, buddy, here's the sitch. You know the deal. We love you. We all make mistakes. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But it's time to learn from them. It's time to decide no more making this mistake. It's time to decide from here on out. I will make sure to check that my pieces are publicly available. And if you send me, and if you fix it before I'm done, basically this next sentence, I will look at it right now. But if you fix it after I'm done, basically this next sentence, then I will look at it later. But you still have to tell me that you fixed it in the chat, or I will not put it back on the wheel. Okay? Does that sound reasonable? Fun fact, if you are ever unsure if your piece is publicly available, open it in an incognito window. Open the link you're sharing in an incognito window. The way that you do this is in the fucking form. Dingle dongles. Dingle dongles. It's viewable now? Oh my god, it's not. It's fucking not. It's fucking not viewable now. You just copy-pasted it into a homebrewery article really quickly, and then you didn't make that homebrewery link publicly available. I love you, Skips. Don't rush. Take the time you need to make it publicly available. I can't believe you didn't check the fucking second link. Do you know what that means? That means as I was telling you to check the link before you send it, you actively didn't. Skips, I love you. But we are following your namesake right now, and we're going to give you the skips. I will put you back on the wheel if you fix it. That was your shot. That was your shot. I appreciate the swing. Listen, all we can do is take swings. You know, we don't know if we're gonna hit every time, but we can take swings. Okay, well, now you're back on the wheel, Skips, but that's a little too late. Too late, my buddy. I love you. Next time, don't rush. Check your work. Always check your work before you submit it. Miles. Let's see what we got. Belt of Stoicism. While wearing this thick belt, your hit point maximum increases by 5. Additionally, whenever you take 5 damage or less, you instead take none. Okay, I think this mostly works. I want to check something here. This needs to be written in a specific way, maybe. No, it's not the boar. If it's the giant boar. Right, I think it's good. I think it works. I think it just works. The only thing that I was going to say was I was wondering if it needed language for taking 5 damage or less from a single source. Because sometimes that clarification is important. But I don't actually think it is here. Who sent this one? Miles, I think this just works, my guy. This is one of those items. I don't know if I would make this very rare. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is a very good item, right? Whenever somebody deals 5 or less damage to you, it's negated to 0 is huge to a certain extent. That's always on. That's lovely. But let's think about very rare items for a second. By the time you get a very rare item, realistically, you're going to be probably level like 7 or 8 at the earliest. But depending on your game, you might be not getting very rare items until you're level like 11 or 12. Reducing damage that was taken... How many instances of 5 damage or less are you actually going to take? Do you know? I don't know if it's going to come up that much. Like, especially when you get to the mid-tier higher levels. So, I don't know, man. I might make this a rare item. Is this too powerful to be a rare item? I sort of feel like by making it a very rare item, it's gonna end up being used way less. Or at least we're gonna feel it way less. Yeah, but not like how many traps are actually like here's what's gonna the situations that this is gonna be very useful at higher levels are gonna basically be like ongoing damage effects from fighting creatures that have like radial damage, like fire elementals where you're taking 1d10 fire damage around or things like that. But even that, a lot of the bigger monsters, those dice go up. Traps are doing way more than 5 damage to you at higher levels. Like, I think it's a fine item. I just think, I wonder if I just would make it rare. I just think I'd make it rare. What if the damage threshold was based on proficiency bonus instead of 5? I think that could work. It's definitely, I would say, here's what I would say. I would say if you want the threshold to be a proficiency bonus instead of 5, I might make it a feat instead of a magic item. Because magic items don't normally scale based on proficiency bonus. It's a little bit odd. I guess you could do that, but then I think then it makes it even much harder to judge the rarity. Like, I don't know what rarity that would be then. Because it's better or worse depending on what level you are. You know? So I think it's an interesting one. I just think I'd probably make it rare. You could also, if you were worried about it potentially being too much, you could make this limited to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, which would also be totally reasonable. That's true. For barbarians, it's going to be very good. That's true. I didn't think about that. for a raging barbarian, or a rogue if they're using their reaction to have the damage of stuff. Although, why waste it on that? Why waste it on that? Miles, pretty fun item. Thank you very much. Let's give Miles a round of applause. I don't know if walking through flaming oil is going to have a huge impact on the game at higher levels. Because if flaming oil is only doing roughly 1d6 damage, that's not really impacting the monsters that much either. It's not that much. Like, at a certain point, you're going to have some horde moments. You're going to have some moments where you want to burn down a castle or just kill a bunch of people randomly. But most of the monsters you're getting into, like, big combat with, they're hitting pretty high at mid to high levels. All right, Skips, I'm going to put you back on the wheel. If you fail again, you're not getting a third chance this stream. I love you, but we're going to do 3 times the charm. I feel like that's reasonable. Oh, you were pointing out the fact that flaming oil does exactly 5 damage. Ah! Oh, I didn't know that. That is interesting. That is interesting. Yeah. There's a feat that reduces incoming damage by 3. Yes, but that's very different. That reduces all incoming damage by 3. The 5 or lower only has an impact if the damage is 5 or lower. They would synergize really well, probably. Because it would basically make that 5 or lower become 8 or lower, which is nice. Hey man, you don't need to apologize to me. Apologize to the people. No, apologize to your grandma. Bug it a 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 bug it up. Bug it a 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 Neon Gamer. Neon Gamer. See what you got for us today, cowboy. The Teddy Bear of Comfort. Another very rare item. Once per day? Again, once per day doesn't mean a fucking thing. Fail. As an action, this stuffed bear... Why do all of you write in the passive voice and not say times of day? Holy shit. You're not saving words. Come on. You're not saving words. You're failing. Don't save words in such a way that you fail. If you need to, like... If you're a wrestler, okay, and you need to hit a certain weight class to get to the match, to do the match. Wrestlers do all sorts of really unhealthy stuff that make weight. I used to wrestle in high school. I've seen it. This is the equivalent of cutting off your foot to make weight. Don't fucking do that. And you're not the only one that did that. This happens all day today. As an action... Great, who's doing the action? What the fuck is happening? This stuffed bear creates a 30-foot radius that no hostile creature can enter while taking a long rest. Holy shit, this is so overly worded. Neon, this idea is not that complicated. Why did you write it this way? I don't understand. Something like... While attuned to this item and long resting, you emanate a 30-foot radius sphere that no hostile creature can enter, or that creatures cannot enter without your permission, or something like that. But that would be, it's so easy to twist around, my guy. It's easy to twist around, Neon. Get it in there. Squeeze that shit in. Yeah, technically, the way this is written, the stuffed bear is taking an action, which means the item will never do anything. It's basically the spell Tiny Hut, but 30-foot radius, but does not stops objects or projectiles or spells or environment. I think it's an interesting one. You know what it's very, very similar to? It's very similar to the what's it called? The Fey Druid Circle of Dreams. The Circle of Dreams Druid has a feature sort of similar to this. Their 6th level feature. It doesn't make creatures not be able to join you, but it creates a 30-foot radius that it's hard for creatures to notice you in. Similar idea. This is stronger than that, though. All right, Neon, thank you very much for sharing. Neon, I love you. I love you so much, and I see you growing as a writer. But you have heard me say at least 4 times that how magic items get their features back. You know that ain't it. You have also heard me say at least 20 times that sentences need to have the action tied to the person who's doing the action. Not written in passive. So I'm going to challenge you, Neon. I don't know how old you are. I don't know how much writing you do in the real world outside of what you share here. So I don't want to assume anything about your skills, your free time, anything. So I'm just going to challenge you. I'm going to give you a challenge. This is a personal challenge. The personal challenge is you're going to stop writing in the passive voice. You're going to start writing with the active, with the actor and the subject in the sentence where they need to be. That is your goal for your next homebrew piece, whether it's a subclass, a monster, a magic item, a feat. I don't care if it's overpowered. I don't care if it's half developed. You are writing, the goal of your next homebrew that I read should be getting the sentences to read well. Getting that smooth, silky, flowy vibe of writing in there. I believe in you, and I think all you really need to do to start doing that is to just start demanding of yourself to take the time to do it. And I think you can. So do it. I love you. Thank you. Yeah, no worries, King Crusher. Honestly, King Crusher, that's an issue that like everybody's having. Don't feel bad about any of the criticizing that I'm doing. The only part of this that you should feel bad about is if you don't like the vibe of what it is. And then you don't even need to feel that bad about it. You just change it to make it a vibe you want, you know? Thank you, Neon. You're a champion. We believe in you. There's a fun idea in here, but when you only have a sentence to work with, it really shows when the sentence is not functionally worded properly. You know, you can't hide that. It's bare boned. All right, thank you, buddy. We appreciate. All right. Ooh, we got a domino pivot. Oh shit. Boom. Uh-oh, Neon's getting happy and sad at the same time. Strange. Dude, whatever. Don't be happy and sad. Just take it. Take it and decide, yes, I'm happy. I can do whatever I want. I can decide to listen, or I can decide, fuck this guy. Either way, you should be happy. I don't even know how much Armor of Agathis is actually going to be an issue, King. It's more like, if there was going to be an issue, I think that's where it would stem from. That's more of what I was trying to get at. Like, I couldn't... The only time I could think of it being an issue is if there is, like, a spell that deals... If there's some sort of, like, a spell that's like, you get 3,500 temporary hit points or something, then it could be bad. It would be really fucked. I'll tell you where it would be bad. The reason that feature wouldn't work is if you had it with Black Razor. Because Black Razor is a legendary sword that has an ability where if you kill a creature with it, you gain temporary hit points equal to that creature's maximum HP. So let's say you used it to drop even like a CR5 Hill Giant. You would now have like 80-ish hit points that would be doing Armor of Agathis damage. That could be a lot, but I don't... That's such a... Who's going to do that, right? How many... You're not going to have to worry about that. There might be a power word that gives a bunch of temporary hit points. I don't remember. The thing that I could think of that gives the most is Black Razor. Other fun thing is about Black Razor is that while you have those temporary hit points, you have advantage on like all of your checks. It's a crazy powerful magic item. I very foolishly gave it to one of my players in the first campaign that I was running when they were like level 7. It was a little bit too much. When I was in that campaign got really hard to manage, because I was not doing a good job of power balancing, And it got to the point where my players were like, I think they were like between level 10 and level 12, but they all had like a plus 17 or 18 to hit. So like they were just hitting every monster's attack unless I gave it a big dumb AC. And even though they all had crazy numbers to hit, I had to the challenge of monsters I needed to throw at them in order to have the monster survive a single round of combat were such that the monsters basically could kill them in one hit, because they had all of these big, crazy, powerful magic items, but they still had like the health of like a level 10 wizard or a level 10 rogue. So it was this very fucking annoying dance I had to do, and it sucked because I knew how to fix it, but my players didn't want me to take away all their power, and I was like, I get it. All right, we'll just be stupid. But it was the most swingy D&D ever. And it's part of why I'm so fucking strict about bounded accuracy and not making just numbers go up, because that's what that leads to. Like if you give too many magic items or subclass features or abilities that just make numbers go up, you break the game in a way that it just becomes frustrating to manage. I couldn't really overwhelm them with action economy either, Burger Pal, because I've talked about this on stream before, but this was the first game of D&D that I ever ran. So anybody that wanted to play could, so I had 7 players. So like, if I wanted to overrun them with action economy, it would mean combat would take so long. Like, combat took like an hour when they were fighting like 3 monsters or 2. So overwhelming numbers was not an option just for the logistics of the game. It was a mess. It was a mess. These days, my ideal player count, I think, is 4 or 5. 4 is really good. 5 is good if your players are good at paying attention and not getting distracted. And 3 is good if your players are really good at like role play and like taking the lead. If your players are basically fun players of reasonable skill, 4 players, best amount of players. With less players or more players, it can be great, but both directions require different elements of power in players for it to really be good. Whether that's the ability to be quiet or the ability to be loud or whatever. I think 3 is also a good start if you've never played D&D before, either as a player or a dungeon master, because when there's only 3 players, everyone has a lot of opportunities to talk and everyone's kind of expected to talk all the time, so it sort of forces you to get in that habit, and it's just easier to manage as a dungeon master. I think 6 is, I don't know, I've only really had 6 work in very specific circumstances when everyone was like really fucking into it. Like, into it to the point where it's like, all right, we're playing for 7 hours. Let's fucking go. I've got a notebook that I carved from my flesh. But most of my players these days are like, I'm a mom, and I have to get up at 6 in the morning to take my kid to school. So that she's not trying to, she's trying to just hang, you know? And she's not trying to wait an hour and a half to do her turn. Bagadoo, 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 bagadoo. I like people's different interpretations of how to spell bugada. A perfectly circular seal. Ooh. This is called the Bow of Questionable Elven Accuracy. That's a really funny name. I hope it's a funny item too. Here it is in the chat. Oh, it's weapon, excuse me. If you have advantage or disadvantage on the attack roll with this weapon, you roll an extra d20 when determining the result of the roll. Yeah, I mean, I think it just works. I don't really have anything to say. It's just funny. I don't know if I would actually use this as a dungeon master, or if I did, it would be very limited in use. I don't think I would actually want this to be a way that my player engaged with the game all the time. I don't know if I want advantage to always be super advantage and disadvantage to always be super disadvantage. That's a little hectic. But I think I like it for a little. Here's what I would do if I were you. This is what I would do. It's fine. Keep it if you want. I would make it a potion. I would make it a potion that you drink, and that for a extended period of time after drinking the potion, this is how you work as a character. And maybe it's called the potion of extreme luck. So you're very lucky and very unlucky at the same time. And it's like, if you drink the potion for the next hour or for like 8 hours or 10 minutes. But I think if I was going to put this in my game, I would be nervous to make it a all the time item. I would want it to be a sometimes item. But it is... Who made this? Perfectly circular seal. It's very elegant. I think there's a lot of elegance here that I want to just acknowledge. I think that it's symmetrical. It's taking a concept that's already in the game and sort of turning it on its head. It's funny. I think it's very elegant. You know? It's like a good John Mulaney bit. Just works. Is it busted for a rogue? Well, I think it's sort of busted regardless of what you're playing with it. Because I think it's kind of busted to have always super advantage and always super disadvantage. There are a lot of ways to get advantage. It's very easy to get advantage in D&D. So I think it's like... I would say it's more busted on a barbarian, probably. Because you can just reckless attack. So you always have super advantage. But, that's why I think it should be limited in use. Because I think what you want is not it for it to be infinite. But Elven Accuracy is also a little limited. Elven Accuracy doesn't work on all types of attacks. This works on all types of attacks. I'm pretty sure Elven Accuracy is a little limited. I might be misremembering. I'm not a perfect brain man. I lose a lot of sentience by manifesting in the flesh vessel. Yeah, so basically, this works on very specific types of attacks. Dexterity, intelligence, wisdom. So this is no more busted on a rogue than this is on a rogue. So I would say no, it's not busted. I just don't know if I would want a player to have this be how their advantage disadvantage mechanic work to the whole game. I don't know if I like that. Like, that might just be a me thing. I think it would be more fun feeling and maybe more impactful feeling if they could, like, enter into a state of extreme luck and extreme misfortune. I think it being on all the time sort of changes the game in a way I don't like, but more so it kind of, like, waters it down almost, you know? But anyway, I like it. I think the concept is great. Just make it a potion. Very fun. Very fun. I would use this in my game. No question. No question. As a potion. Yes, you could, like, honestly, you could have, like, it could be sold in the... So, I haven't played D&D in my game. I have a game world that I have built over a couple years that most of my D&D games used to take place in. And at this point, it's not the most complicated lore, but I know it fairly well because I've run probably like 8 or 9 games that all take place in that same world. Sometimes at the same time in different places, and they affect each other, which was very fun. But one of the cities is a city that's largely run by guilds, and it has a big gambling aspect to the city. And I could very easily see folks like sort of black market selling or buying those potions there, like on the outskirts of town. When you're in the Riverlands before they get to the Watchmen. Anyway, thank you for sharing. Poof, fun piece. Very fun piece. If you guys... I don't actually think it would be interesting at all, but if you guys ever thought it would be interesting for me to be like, hey, let me just do a stream where I do a deep dive into the homebrew world I made, maybe we'll do that. I don't think it would be fun. Because I think that I don't like watching those types of shows. I like being more like chonka. But maybe you guys would like that. I don't know. I'd have to think of a cool way to do it as a presentation. I don't know if I just want to talk about it. I would need to put a PowerPoint. I'll tell you what. I would need to do it as a PowerPoint presentation. If I could do a PowerPoint presentation, I could make it work. That's what I need to do. It works as a PowerPoint presentation because there needs to be an element of activity of going through it. Otherwise, I think it would be so boring. You might not think it would be boring, but it would be boring to me. Like, by my standards, it would be really boring. And by my standards, I mean for me. Like, I wouldn't want to watch it. And I don't know if I'd like doing shows that I wouldn't want to watch. Yeah, I mean, how I arrived at a lot of the world building had to do with very half-baked ideas that certain players gravitated towards and they thought were cool. So then I like built world building around the stuff they thought were cool, or I got their input on the world building. Do a stream making the PowerPoint. Caden, that's a great idea. I'm not actively streaming all the time. Like, I don't stream 5 days a week. I stream usually 2 or 3 days a week. If I ever start streaming like 5 days a week or streaming really, really regularly, which I might do, I might play with again in the next couple of weeks or months, then we would definitely make it on stream, because that'd be fun. Because we'll just do everything on stream. We'll just fucking live there. Yeah, I think it's a very niche group. Quispy, I think the amount of people interested in anyone else's homebrew setting is a niche group. Because somebody telling you about their homebrew setting is sort of like them telling you about their dream. It's like nothing. Do taxes on stream? No, you wouldn't want to watch. Watching me do my taxes is like watching me in the... You know, sometimes when I'm doing a homebrew review stream and I either go for too long, or there have just been like so many pieces in a row that like clearly need so much work and it's the same sort of work, and I start to get like visibly frustrated at needing to repeat myself and like start to lose my mind. That's what it would be like to watch me do taxes just the whole time. Oh, you can definitely steal ideas from other people's dreams. I do it all the time. Well, I used to until Orpheus told me to stop. Now I just borrow them. Hockey game was a win. Let's go. Fly, Flyers, fly on the road to victory. EAGLES, Flyers. If anybody is from my neighbor, anybody is from where I'm from, that was the best joke. If you're not from where I'm from, you're probably like, that was stupid. What you got, Quispy? Hey, the Illadelph. I'll be at PAX Unplugged this year. If anybody's going to be in Philly for PAX Unplugged, if you see me wandering around, you should say hi. You play Philly next? I don't know if the Flyers are doing good this season. I don't really pay attention to hockey that much. I have a friend who's very into the Flyers, and I love him, and I like supporting him. So I'm into the Flyers when he talks to me about the Flyers, or if he wants me to join him in watching the Flyers or going to a game. So in those circumstances, I'm very aware of them. But I have no idea if they're doing good or not. Welcome back, Bildo. How was your game? Was it good? W item? Hell yeah. All right, let me read it. Stone of Rock. Amazing name. Who was this? Quispy, really good name. As an action, you can enable or disable this item. An interesting start. Makes us curious, doesn't it? They're doing bad? Yeah. They usually are doing bad. Wall enable, that's why I love them. Because they're doing bad, but every now and then they punch someone so hard. They used to be more fun when the audience, when the crowd was a little bit more rough. It's fun to be in a rough crowd when you're sitting in the very back at the top and you're just like, my team is loved by animal people. We're monster people. I see why we're some of the most hated fans in the world. Because we're really mean and we throw batteries at people. But it feels good too. Okay, while enabled, the stone plays hardcore rock music and grants you advantage on performance checks. I love this. I think this is great. I don't actually think you would need to change anything, and I think for the purposes of the challenge, I think you should consider this a success. I think this is well done. If you were going to put this in your game tomorrow, there's actually, I think, 1 or 2 things that it needs. Does anyone know what it is? I'll tell you in like a couple seconds, but I do want to give Chad a chance to guess. It's very technical, but there is something that I actually think this needs. Not because it makes it bad if it's not there, but because it's gonna be a question that's asked pretty regularly at the table. I think if it's being used. Alexander's kind of dancing with it. Burger Pal's kind of dancing with it. I don't think it needs disadvantage on stealth. But let me ask you a question. Let's get to what it needs. Why would it need disadvantage on stealth? What is happening? Domino pivot. Ding, 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 ding. How audible is the music? Almost every single feature in D&D that makes a noise, whether it's a big thunderclap or someone talking, very clearly expresses how audible it is. And it's because of exactly that. We need to know how this interacts with other abilities, skill checks, other things that are happening in the game. Because if I'm playing this and it can only be heard up to 5 feet away, I probably shouldn't have disadvantage on my stealth checks if things are more than 5 feet away from me. But if it can be heard up to 300 feet away, then that means it's really loud, and I'm definitely going to be noticed in a bunch of different scenarios where maybe I won't even be making a stealth check. So I think you need a range on how loud it is. Like, it can be heard up to this many feet away. It's audible to up to a range. And is audible to all creatures within 30 feet of it. It plays loud music, all creatures within 300, or whatever. So pick a range. I also think that you should only have advantage on performance checks against creatures that can hear it. Because the other thing about this right now is technically the way it's written, let's say it can only be heard up to 500. Let's say it can only be heard up to 5 feet away. If I'm on a stage and I activate it, a creature that's so far away they can't hear it, but they can see me, I would still get advantage on those performance checks. And maybe you like that because you're like, yeah, because it's not about the music. It's about making you get into the groove. And that's great if it is. But I do think you want to clarify that a little bit. There was another thing. What was the other thing? Oh, also, I think that depending on what you want, is this music that is pumping you up, or is this music that is pumping the audience up? If it's or everyone, whoever's getting pumped up, they need to be able to hear it. So if you're getting pumped up, you need to be able to hear it. If they're getting pumped up, they need to be able to hear it. If both are getting pumped up, then you and they need to be able to hear it. Because I don't think it should function in like a area of silence either, you know? But I love it. I think it's very fun. I also think that this is like a lovely common item. I do think that it's a little bit strong for a common item to be able to essentially get infinite advantage on performance checks. So I do think that if you wanted this to truly be a common magic item, functionally, I would change it in one major way. I would make it sort of like a once a day type item. And it would be like, what you can click the thing. It plays hardcore rock music for 10 minutes. While it plays the music, you have advantage on any performance checks you use against any creature that can hear the music. And then it can be used, not again until the next day at dawn or whatever. Because common magic items that give you clear mechanical features usually are somewhat limited. The infinite use ones are usually really just flavor, or they have like a pretty detrimental downside, or like not downside, but like a way that they likely will just not work, right? There's all the hats that let you like cast random spells that often fail and that sort of thing. So I love it. It's amazing. If you want this to be a functional magic item beyond it just being a really, really fun idea, and you want it to kind of be polished and lovely, just tie in some of that stuff with the range and who can hear it and that sort of stuff. Quispy, really solid though, dude. Like really, really solid. Very fun item. Where's the applause button? There it is. Oh yeah, I mean, this could definitely be annoying in a game where one player wanted to be a performer and then you were like, well, now I'm a better performer. That could definitely be annoying. I think the key to solving that is also make it one-time use. Not one-time use, but once a day. Or one-time use. You could activate it and then it's on for an hour, but then it turns off. That could be kind of fun. Pocket concert. I do like the name, though. Stone of Rock is fucking great. It's really good. It's also really good because I thought it was going to be a joke about it being like a rock that you did rock things with, but it's a rock that you do rock things with. You know? That's fun to me. Alrighty. We are gonna wrap soon, friends. I'm getting a little tired, I'm gonna be honest. I want to look at more, but I feel a headache because I've been looking at my screens for a long time. And I worry that if we go too deep into the weeds when I'm feeling myself get a little tie headache, I don't want to, I want to be able to be loud and judgmental in a way that isn't mean. And sometimes I get mean when I go for too long. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a couple. I mean, we've been going for 4 hours, Alexander. I don't know if I want to do an intermission because I don't know if I want to have to go for that many hours more either. So what I was going to say, though, is if you made a 25-word magic item and you want to share it, I created a new section in my Discord in the homebrew section. That's just called Homebrew Challenges. And I would love for you to share your idea there if you just want to share it. And if you want to share it and get feedback, you could share it in the peer review section. And people will give you feedback there. We should figure out some ideas of what we want to do for the challenge for next week. So let's do one more spin. Don't make suggestions yet. We're gonna do one more spin, and then we're gonna pick pick some ideas for challenges for next week, and we'll come up with an idea of things that we're gonna vote on. Oh wait, what's the date next week? Next week is Halloween, right? We should do something spooky, probably. Oh wait! I think we know what we're doing next week. Oh my god, next Thursday is Halloween. Okay, wait. Let's talk for a second. Okay, so next Thursday is Halloween. Can I make a proposal? We were talking about how people wanted to do something for Halloween that was a little different. Something kind of spooky. And then the other thing that we were talking about is how people wanted to do some writing that was non-D&D writing. So what if we do a similar thing to like what we did tonight, where it's a writing prompt that's limited by words, but it's not make a magic item? What if we do write a 25-word short story? What if we do write a 50-word scary story? I think that could be really fun. Or 25-word scary story. We did write a 6-word sentence. Last year I think we did do a 1-sentence scary story. That was what we did last year. 1-sentence scary stories. So what if we do 1-paragraph scary stories this time? What should I actually think I like that idea so much. I think that's just what we're going to do. I think that'll be what we do. I have to check my schedule. We will either do it on Wednesday of October 30th, or it will be Halloween night, October 31st. One of the two. I will try to make it very big vibes. Maybe I'll put on scary costumes. We need to make a decision though before we need to make a decision. And I guess I could make it up for a vote, but I actually think I'm going to just ask you guys first. What should the parameters be? Because I don't want it to be about it. I don't want it to be an anything scary story. So I have 2 ideas for parameters. 2 ideas for parameters, okay? Idea number 1 is we do a word limit. I think that's going to be important. And that could be the only parameter. Scary story in 25 words or less. Scary story in 50 words or less. We could do that. The other thing that I was thinking, though, might be fun was if there was another parameter. And that parameter was it had to feature either a monster, spell, magic item, or class from D&D. We might do more wheels in a little bit. We're taking a tiny break to talk about what we're going to do next week. So you have to like pick basically any magic item, monster, spell, or class from D&D, and then make like a 50-word scary story that features that. It doesn't even need to be the main thing, but like you could make a story about a barbarian, or you could make a story about a little kid that found a ring of illusion, or is that too specific? Or should we open it up to scary stories in general? No, I'm okay with it including a creature. That's fine. If anything, I don't want it to be so hyper limited that people like aren't enjoying it. Do you know what I mean? You love it? Sounds fun. Constraints can be inspiring. Okay. So, can I make a suggestion then further what I think the constraints should be? I think the constraints should be it has to feature a monster from D&D, an official monster from D&D, an official spell from D&D, or an official magic item from D&D. I don't actually think character options are going to be good. I think all of the other... Oh, shit. Did you... That was off camera, but I just knocked over a glass and caught it with the same hand that I knocked it over with. Technically, it's a can. Like, it went off the desk and I caught it. That was fucking cool. That was cool. I've never been as proud of anything I've ever done in my whole life, I don't think. I wish I could have shown you. That was so cool. Oh my god, that was so cool. Ugh. I need to get a camera that's like this, just so you can see the mug that I'm drinking out of and my knee. Everybody's trying to look at my knee these days. I've been thinking about opening an OnlyFans that's just super big close-ups of my knees, and we'd call it Bendy Boys. I think that'd be good. Okay, so I think what we're gonna do, I think the theme for next week's challenge, because I think it's gonna be on Halloween night. It might be the night before Halloween. It also might be a little bit later. There is a chance that there's a chance that I'm going to go trick-or-treating with my friend's kids. I have a good friend of mine whom, one of my oldest friends, his child and I are quite close. I don't want to, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to show pictures or anything. But she's obsessed with monsters and creepy stuff. And like vampires and skeletons and stuff. So sometimes we have very similar vibes of interests, even though I'm like 1,000 years older. So a lot of when we hang out is like I'll just show her pictures from D&D books or just like talk about gross monsters that mostly would scare kids. But she fucking loves Halloween, and I think if I get invited to go Halloween with them, I will. But she's baby, like very little kid, so probably we would actually still start stream at similar times, because I bet they go trick-or-treating before the sun goes down. That's what my guess is. I'll see. But hey, regardless, how long a paragraph? I think it's going to be based on word count, not based on paragraphs. So I think I'm going to play around with it off camera just to see what it looks like. But my gut tells me 50 words. 50 words is basically a paragraph. It's not a lot of space. It might not be enough space. I think 50 words is enough space if you don't have that many other limits. I want to make sure that if we limit the word count, it doesn't diminish the ability to talk about the thing we want to talk. I don't know. I'm going to think about it a little bit off camera, but I'm leaning towards 50 word short stories. I'm leaning towards 50 word. It'll probably be 50 or 75, but 50 is almost certainly what it's going to be. What's up, Frank the Tank? You're late? That's okay. Cool. Okay. So, next week, Thursday night, or Wednesday night if I have to, but Thursday night ideally, we do a spooky stream. It's not going to be a D&D focused stream. It's going to be maybe D&D lore focused, because there's going to be an element of D&D lore baked in, but it's going to be you writing scary stories that feature either what's going on. What's going on is we're discussing what we're going to do for the challenge for next week's show. And the challenge for next week is going to be write a scary story, I think in 50 words or less, that features either a monster, magic item, or spell from D&D. That's what I think. I'm going to post it in the Discord and on the YouTube community tab and all that. I got to think about it for a day or two, and I want to try it myself to see how hard it is. And depending on how it feels to write it, I'll probably make the word limit either 50 words or 75. Because the thing is, I don't want the word limit to be too long, because I don't want to actually read 100. I want to be able to read more than less, and I don't want to spend... Like, the more words I give you to write, the worse the stories are going to end up being. And it has nothing to do with you, but it is going to be what happens. The longer they are, the worse they're going to be. It's just going to happen. So, yeah, 2-sentence horror stories are fun. Some of them are kind of stupid. I think they're fun. I think they're a little gimmicky to a certain extent, too. Like, if you read too many 2-sentence horror stories, they all feel kind of the same, right? But I think the concept is fun, and it's a fun writing exercise. Okay, cool. That's what we'll do next week. Fucking amazing. Great. Awesome. Other things we're going to do probably next week. Let me look at my calendar, actually. We might play some scary games next week. We might play Inscription. I've never played Inscription. Everybody tells me I would love it. I have very actively not looked into the plot at all, because I hear the more you look into it, the less fun it is. But I do hear it's got like a creepy vibe. So maybe we'll play Inscription next week too. I should play Fortnite. I don't want to play Fortnite. I have no interest in playing Fortnite. Fortnite's a lovely thing that you should play if you want to play. Okay, cool. So here's what I think the schedule for next week is going to be, almost certainly. Sunday night, we're going to have open forum, a homebrew review. You can send in any homebrew you want. I am going to really tear it up, and I'm going to give feedback to try to improve your writing, but I am not going to hold back on pointing out when I think something is jank or showing my feelings if I am getting frustrated reading the thing. So decide that you are comfortable with that, or decide that you are not, and then act accordingly and send in some homebrew for me to look at, or don't. That's going to be Sunday night. And then some combination of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll probably play Inscription and or other spooky games if people suggest them, or if I find some that are worth doing. And then on Thursday night of next week, we'll do a scary story stream where you guys have to write 50-word short stories that are scary, featuring a D&D monster, spell, or magic item. And I think that's the schedule for next week. Does that sound good? I think that sounds like a pretty solid schedule for the week. I want to get into doing more streams that are not specifically D&D stuff, which is why I'm trying to do more gaming streams or just other things. But I want to make sure that they're entertaining. Like, I don't want to... I still want you to want to be here. So I want to figure out what games you guys would want to watch me play, or how I should run a stream where I'm playing a game in a way that is, like, fun. There's also, me and Zach Speaks Giant and our buddy Adam from Blackwater D&D have been playing Vermintide, and Vermintide has a streamer mode where the audience can, like, interact and make weird shit happen. So maybe we'll do that at some point, but I'm not sure. Is that different than how you normally review homebrew? No, but I like to give people a fair warning about that, because some people don't know that. And I don't think I give the challenge. I don't think I give feedback on challenge nights with the same intensity. So whenever I talk about the open forum, I like to let people know that it's gonna be messy. New age geeks, more like old age nerds. How you guys doing? What'd you do on stream tonight? Anything wild? Did you learn to love again? We've been looking at homebrew magic items written in 25 words or less, which is pretty hectic. You interviewed AJ Simmons? Or AJ Winter? I like AJ. I need to know if I need to know if I'm in a Castleton game coming up. AJ said that we're starting up Castleton again soon, but I didn't see any notifications about any meetings I have to be at, so maybe I'm not in any of the upcoming sessions. Yeah, I'm not in any scheduling chats. Maybe I don't need to be in any games. I'm in this show called Castleton with AJ. Oh, what's up, AJ? How's it going? And I hate asking AJ questions because I imagine that she's getting just like a billion questions all the time. But I don't know if I'm supposed to be in any chats for any upcoming sessions. I'm not right now. So I'm going to assume I have no sessions of Castleton coming up this week. That's what I'm going to assume. Can I explain the rules of Warhammer? I don't know the rules of Warhammer. Me explaining the rules of Warhammer 40k would be us learning the rules of Warhammer 40k together. I've never played it. I know nothing about the game as a tabletop game other than the minis look cool and that you roll a lot of dice and it's more of a battle game than a role-playing game when you're playing like at the table. But yeah, I've never played it before. No idea how to play. I just like the lore. I like the world building. The thing that makes Warhammer 40k so wonderful to me is it does two. Castleton, what's up, Jenna? How's it going? The thing about, oh my God, walkers! Look at all the lovely people. The thing about I was gonna say anything about Castleton. The thing about Warhammer that I love so much is that it's unabashedly over the top, and it's a collection of lore that is written by a collection of people over like 30 plus years. So it's not only is it incredibly rich in that there's just so much to it, but it is constantly changing and it's dynamic. And there's like one of the main rules of Warhammer lore is that a lot of it is like defiant of itself. You know, there's not a consistent canon. So it sort of turns into this like thought experiment where it's like, what happens if we take these ridiculous ideas very seriously and explore them to their extremes and then smash them into each other? And that's like a really fun place to play creatively for me. That's why I like the lore. But I also probably a lot of people don't like it. I'm excited to get back into Castleton. Castleton was one of the more fun, like, projects that I got to be a player in a long time. If you don't know what Castleton is, I'll just do a little shout out to AJ. I don't know if she's still here. Castleton is a show that's put on by the darling AJ Winter's Tales, and it's a show that basically, it's like Bridgerton plus the Hunger Games plus, here's what it's like. On the initial pitch of it was Bridgerton plus the Hunger Games. But I'm going to offer an alternative pitch. It is not D&D. It is reality TV featuring D&D characters using D&D as a structure for the existence of the characters. So basically the way that it works is there's like 100 players, which is crazy. And then AJ runs different sessions featuring different players depending on what they're up to, what their characters are up to that week or whatever. And then AJ takes the collective of those sessions and edits them together and finds like the through line plot. And then that is the show. That's the stream. So if you watch the show of not Winter's Tale, if you watch the show of Castleton, you're watching like a spliced up and edited together collection of like between 3 and 7 different sessions, depending on the episode, that all kind of mix together to tell one big story with like a boatload of characters. It's crazy. It's really, really fucking nuts. And I did not think it was gonna be nearly as quality as it is in terms of the consistency of story or the smoothness of the like participation as a player. I thought it was going to be bumpy, and I thought it was going to be an interesting idea but a little disjointed, but it's just good. It's just a good show. It's crazy. And I play a character named Otter who is very similar to he's like Greg. He's like cousin Greg from Succession. You gonna get out of here? All right, get out of here. Skips your champion. Yeah, I think we're done looking at the brew. I think my brain melted, and those were some lovely, lovely pieces. But let's just give a big round of applause to everybody that submitted homebrew. We didn't get to see everything, There were a lot of submissions. Let's give everybody a big round of applause. You're all champions. Everybody that participated is a champion. Be proud of yourself. Be proud of what you've accomplished. Oh man, Castleton. I haven't thought about Castleton in a while. All right, who should we raid? Any of my buddies streaming? Let's see. Do we raid Craig? Craig has very few people watching him right now. Should we raid Craig? Craig's my buddy. Or should we raid Caustic Phoenix, who's also my buddy? I think we raid Craig this time. We raid Caustic last time. What's he doing? He's playing a game called Condemned. What's Caustic doing? Caustic's just chatting. Oh, Dorktales. Let's raid Dorktales. These guys are silly. Wait, they're going 12 hours? Are they live? Oh, wait. We gotta find someone. Let's find someone in D&D to raid. Let's respect the community. Let's keep it in house. Let's see. Who's doing stuff? Anybody I know? The Crowned DM. Why do I recognize that name? Do I know them? That's a weird noise. I don't know if that's a nice noise for you. What's the Crowned DM doing? Nah, I don't want to raid them. I don't want to raid them right now. They're doing something else. Okay, Blue Cottage D&D? What is that? Okay, we're gonna raid a channel that's playing a game that looks like they haven't started 7 hours ago, and then we'll be Gucci. Gob the Goblin, who's that? Trying to find folks on cam. Dark Alliance. Listen. All alliances are dark in the night. Okay. I'm taking too long. All right, let's raid Blue Cottage D&D. I have no idea who these guys are, but I like their cameras. And that's all that I care about. You got a good camera? You're my champion. But before we go, you guys thought I wasn't going to end stream proper? Come on now. You guys thought I was just going to end stream all cash? Come on now. You're crazy. That's not how we do it here. We do it right. So, thank you for being here. You are champions. And as always, take care of yourself. Be good to each other. And thank you so much to everybody that supported the show. I will see you on Sunday. Love you.
About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me hearing me talk to myself.